14 Chevrolets, 7 Pontiacs, 27 Fords. Every seat has been sold out for some time. You're looking down pit road. Anxiousness, anxiety for some, faith in their drivers, waiting now for the start of this race. Each pit crew is aligned on pit road for the national anthem on this Memorial Day weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina. The infield packed. The new grandstands in the back straightaway filled to capacity. The presentation of colors. The national anthem will be sung by David Fuentes.
You've been waiting on, not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, remove your hats, and join actor David Fuentes, who is currently starring in a new Cardoza production entitled Misfit Patrol, for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight on the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streamed, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say that the star-spangled banner yet waves on the land of the free and the home of the brave.
F-16s from the 192nd Fighter Wing over the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Well, we're down to it. Welcome aboard. Hope you're going to enjoy our flag-to-flag coverage of the 39th running of the Coca-Cola 600. Excuse me. Always an exciting time. Dr. Dick Berggren is with us from Stock Car Racing Magazine, and your thoughts as we get ever closer to this green flag.
Well, we're about to see one of the premier sporting events of any kind that is held on an annual basis in the United States. And the excitement for this race, well, it's been literally building for weeks, particularly around Charlotte, North Carolina. The tension in the garage, just unbelievable. You couldn't cut it with a guillotine. I guess the only question is whether the drivers are more uptight about these things or whether, in fact, it's the crews that are more wound up about tonight's race. One thing for sure is that this is a crown jewel of America's top auto racing series.
It sure is just that, and you can feel the tension right now. Good cloud cover here. Ought to make for a pretty good race all night. They say there's no chance of rain.
You know, the drivers all week long have talked about one thing, the racetrack being very, very slick. Today we've had a good overcast, so the racetrack should be more favorable for the cars to get good grip through the corner, making it a little faster race and a little more safe at the very start of the race. It's not that slick, I don't think, right now.
43 drivers are all buckled up down below and getting set to run 400 laps, 600 miles for $2.6 million and a $1 million bonus, perhaps, for that quintet we mentioned a little earlier. We're just about ready to go down trackside for the chairman of the board, Bruton Smith, to give that command to get this race underway.
In racing, please welcome the CEO of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, Mr. Bruton Smith.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Okay, buddy, let's get this score.
You better buckle up. We got the Coca-Cola 600 coming up next on TBS.
You know how to use that thing, Baker?
Yeah. That's right now. It's on Mark Martin.
Yeah, but do we have to do anything else? Will it, if you just press that thing, will that be all that's necessary, or is there anything else necessary?
That's all you do is pick it up.
Okay.
Say this is Dick Berggren,
Okay.
TBS.
Okay. And
Mark,
we'll-
how are things?
Okay.
It's a track in great shape. Blah, blah, blah.
You in great shape. Trash.
You get set, and then I'll move in. Just be careful of the hanging.
Yes, sir. What's the matter?
Oh, just one sheet of paper that I really would like to have that I cannot seem to locate.
That's my favorite game.
Yeah, really.
It's in here somewhere.
I had it. I know I had it.
Here, give you a little more room.
Sloboda, I owe you a lot more than dinner, bud. Thank you for finding that film. Yep. Can you grab the trash I just gave you?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. After. Okay. That's far enough. Yep. 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 Okay. Wow. Thank you.
There it is. I've
Okay.
got it, Billy.
Thank you. Everybody have a good time.
Yeah.
You're looking in over the shoulder of the third largest city in North Carolina. Just got built in the past couple of days. Charlotte Motor Speedway is where it's at. Welcome aboard for our coverage of the Coca-Cola 600. Temperature just about letter perfect for this event. Couldn't have it better than a 78 degree for a start tonight. 71% humidity. Winds are out of the south. Forecast is cloudy. Maybe a shower, but perhaps not. It's limited to about 20% at the present time. Looking down pit road as the field begins to roll. The 43 qualifiers for the race start with Jeff Gordon on the pole, his second straight 600. That's what he's after tonight, and his third in all. Ward Burton, who holds the overall track record at better than 185 miles an hour, will start alongside. In row 2, from Indianapolis, Indiana, John Andretti. And the 1990 champion, that's Rusty Wallace. For row 3, 3 times a winner in '98 and dominating here at Charlotte, Mark Martin's Ford. With him, Bobby Labonte. The fourth row is Dick Trickle and Gary Bradbury, his best start. Row 5 is Rick Mast and Dale Jarrett, the 96 winner. In row 6, it's Randy LaJoie substituting for Ricky Craven, and Jeremy Mayfield, one of those candidates for $1 million bonus tonight. Row 7 is Jeff Bodine and Ken Schrader. He too up for that $1 million bonus. Row 8 is Kevin LePage out of Shelburne, Vermont, and Rich Bickle. In row 9, it's David Green and Ernie Irvin. Row 10, Lake Speed from Mississippi and New York's Todd Bodine. Pennsylvania's Jimmy Spencer is in row number 11 with the rookie from Connecticut, Jerry Nadeau. In row 12, Steve Grissom from Alabama, and from the state of Washington, Chad Little. Row 13, Derek Cope and Joe Nemechek. Row 14, Robert Presley, and another major candidate for that $1 million bonus, injured but still tough, Dale Earnhardt, three-time winner. In row 15, it's Kyle Petty, the 87 Coca-Cola 600 winner, and Sterling Marlin from Tennessee. Row 16 is Elliott Sadler from Virginia and Brett Bodine. In row 17, the pride of Georgia, Bill Elliott and Mike Skinner. In row 18, Ricky Rudd from Virginia, ready to ramble, and Texas, Terry Labonte. Row 19, Michael Waltrip's there with Jeff Burton. Row 20, Johnny Benson from Michigan and Bobby Hamilton. Row 21, Ted Musgrave and Kenny Wallace. And the provisional final spot, the five-time Coca-Cola 600 winner, originally from Owensboro, Kentucky, Darrell Waltrip. Those are the 43 that made it. Here are those that failed to qualify.
Andy Hillenberg, Danny Pardis, Billy Standridge, Kenny Irwin didn't make it. First time the Yates team has failed to make a race since 1980. Randy McDonald, Dave Marcus, Morgan Shepherd, Hut Strickland. None of them were able to get into the race. Not fast enough.
24-degree banking of turns 1 and 2. Race analysis from AutoZone. There you see the posted awards, 2.538. That does not include that $1 million bonus. 600 miles to be run. Pit window, 70 to 80 laps, buddy.
Oh boy, I tell you one thing, that no bull, $1 million bonus.
There they are, the top 5 finishers in this year's Daytona 500. And the top 5 from this race, they'll transfer their hopes to Indianapolis in the Brickyard 400. Gordon to bring them down. In-car cameras. Starting 5th, you're riding with Mark Martin in the Valvoline Ford. 1 lap and they will be racing. Here's Bobby Labonte. He'll be starting 6th with that Wicks Interstate Pontiac for 18. Michael Waltrip's back in 37th spot. Finished 4th yesterday in the Grand National race. Close-up camera there in the Citgo Ford. Starting 20th, Todd Bodine, the Tabasco Pontiac, giving you these pictures. John Andretti, Richard Petty's driving experience Pontiac. Here's Randy LaJoie, 2-time Grand National champion, subbing for Ricky Craven. Starts 11th with Bud Chevrolet. And Jeff Burton, the number 99. He'll start 38th. Still Exide Ford. Less than a lap to the start.
Kind of race are we going to see here tonight?
I think they're ready.
I think they're ready too, and I'll tell you one reason they're ready is in the last 3 years this race has had 79 lead changes, an average of more than 26 per event. This is liable to be one of the most competitive auto races all year long.
Elliott Sadler would just come down the pit road, made a pit stop. I hope there's nothing wrong with the car, but he did make a pit stop and he's back out on the racetrack.
On the pole for the 5th straight time, Jeff Gordon tying the record of David Pearson, which was established just 20 years ago. This is the anniversary of that Pearson record. And there you see the field entering turn 3. Mile-and-a-half track back in the 24-degree bank. Storylines. Earnhardt, he's driving hurt. His shoulder really hurts. He's got some bent ribs. Bill Elliott, you know how badly he's hurt. Back is hurt. Broken foot, broken hand. That's not going to stop him. Skinner, He's badly hurt as well. We may see a reserve in for him very quickly.
Jeff Gordon is the only guy in the last 20 years that's won this race from the pole. He may do it again.
Field coming down, ready to take green. 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 is underway and going into turn number 1. It looks like Gordon on the way. Ward Burton drawing away, going into turn number 1. It was Gordon, but then Ward put his foot down, and there you see the result. Ward Burton in the MBNA America Pontiac now leading the fray.
Field still very, very tight here. Burton's main job is to finish this thing. In his 4 prior 600 starts, he has failed to finish 3 times.
3 wide into turn 1.
Ernie Irvin at 36 on the bottom part of the racetrack there. Got into the grass just a little bit to the left side through the dog leg. You can see Rick Mast way high up on the racetrack being bypassed on the back straightaway.
He's in serious trouble. Mast lost an engine earlier this week, slowing dramatically on the backstretch. Not good.
Not good for that Remington car at all. Rick Mast off the pace in the 2nd lap. Looking back at Mark Martin in 6. And get more on the Rick Mast story. Here's Steve Burns.
And Ken, I talked to Rick Mast just before the race started. He was concerned about that race car. They blew a motor in practice yesterday, and he said he just didn't feel good about his chances heading into tonight's race.
Steve, you're exactly right. He's back up to speed. I think he's just making sure all the lines are tight. Everything's right in that motor. He dropped the back of the field, but he's up to full speed now and keeping up with the cars at the back of the field.
As the field came down to take the flag, Kevin LePage was relegated to the 43rd spot. He had to go to a backup car. He had crashed in the final practice. In the next to last practice, he did get 17 laps in happy hour, but they didn't really have time to set the car up. So they're going on a fresh setup, hoping they have it right, and that in the first 300 or 400 miles they can get it more right and make him a contender late in the going.
Todd Bodine and David Green down the front straightaway, entering into turn 1 there. These cars were running side by side, and here they go again.
13th position here.
Todd Bodine, a new father this week for the very first time.
Up to 12th. Bodine.
Yeah, he better get going. He's got some more bills to pay, doesn't he?
That 78 hanging stuff in there. Gary Bradbury. He slips back into 15th. And you see Lake Speed making an entry into that picture, back in 17th spot on the number 9.
And just behind him, Jimmy Spencer in the 21. He'll be a factor later on in the race. He's sorting everything out right now. Jimmy Spencer has been very quick for the past 2 weeks here in Charlotte.
Schrader on the move. Number 33 down on the bottom. Ken Schrader out of Missouri, going after Jeff Bodine in the number 7.
This is for 12th spot. Schrader on the bottom, Bodine on the top.
Coming around to complete 8 laps this time. Alan Bestrick has a story on Elliott Sadler.
Ken, the young 23-year-old Virginian making his first NASCAR Winston Cup start was on pit road on the pace laps. The ignition is missing on his machine. They've changed to the backup. He's hoping it'll hold out.
Currently 43rd, Elliott Sadler from Virginia.
Schrader in that number 33, consistently strong here, but look at this. Jeremy Mayfield on the outside and Mark Martin on the bottom.
Mark Martin just got by Rusty Wallace getting into turn 1. Makes a strong move there. Mark Martin on the go right now. He's moved all the way into 3rd spot.
Martin to 3rd, Wallace back to 4th. John Andretti stays right with him. It's still Ward Burton, who came from the outside of the front row. By turn 2, he was turning it on. He went around Jeff Gordon, took the lead, and has not relinquished same. Now look at Mark Martin in that number 6. And remember what he's working on. A week ago Saturday, he came in here and won the Winston. And he came back and he won the CarQuest 300 yesterday in good style. Last guy to do that was Bobby Allison back in the mid-'80s to win back-to-back in the 600. That's the point. To win the 300 on Saturday, 600 on Sunday. Allison's the last man to do it. It was just after Allison did that back-to-back that they started the Winston. So now there's 3 big races to win here at Charlotte, and Martin could do it.
Here's the car everybody feels like has a good opportunity in this race. Bobby Labonte, the green car there, just behind him, Dale Jarrett, last year's winner. These 2 cars are very highly favored as far as later on in the race. Just behind them, Jeremy Mayfield, our points leader.
Bobby Labonte in 6, Jarrett in 7, Mayfield in 8. 11 laps have now been completed, all under green. Burton still up in front and running by himself. A handsome lead over Jeff Gordon in 2nd, Mark Martin in 3rd.
Well, I knew somebody was going to get Mayfield in the wrong car. I just didn't think it was going to be me.
It's so easy.
Never mind. Oh, never mind. It didn't happen.
Hate to do it, though. Boy, Ward is checking out.
Hey, guys. Yeah. Keep your eye on Jeff Burton. He's going to pass a bunch of them in the first 50, 60 laps. He's flying.
Yeah.
If they stay green, pit stops will come early. 55, 58 laps. They can go much further, but they haven't got a good check on fuel so far this week. The Winston didn't do it because of all the cautions and things, so it'll be early.
True, Burton's team told me that even without any help of a caution, he'd be from 39 to the top 10 before halfway.
He is definitely moving.
Before 100 laps, make that, not even halfway, 100 laps.
Hey,
Did we say that was ignition on the 75 or what? They changed boxes.
yeah, there was ignition in the 75. You want to pass that up to the booth.
What was it a few years back that Ward led a lot of a race here? And then got involved in an accident with a couple of them while trying to lap somebody? Was that when he was driving the 31 car?
October 95, he led 42 laps. October 94, he led 29.
Yeah.
One of those things.
Yeah.
Ward Burton is in front as they come around to complete 16 of 400 trips around this mile-and-a-half track. Ward Burton, who holds the track record at over 185 miles an hour. Look at this battle for second as Mark Martin begins to move in on Jeff Gordon.
He did it the hard way. Went by him on the outside in turn 3. Going into 3, pulled up alongside of it. Off turn 4, Mark Martin in 2nd place now. Great drive, early run for Mark. Usually he sits back till about 30, 40 laps into an event. His car must be extremely good right now.
There's a big difference between turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. They say you race through 1 and 2 and you drive through 3 and 4. No matter what they've done to this racetrack, buddy, there's always been a big bump there as you come off 4 that's very unsettling.
Turn 4 is the tires really get slick, and the biggest thing it does, it comes off there and kind of jumps sideways, and as the tires get slicker, that is a very dangerous place when you're running side by side like Jeff Burton and Ricky Rudd are down the front straightaway here.
Ward Burton up in front and his brother Jeff Burton in the 99, and Jeff Burton is on a roll. He is trying to fly up through this field, currently to 27th position. Take a look at some of the top speeds thus far.
Yeah, Jeff Burton had started in 38th spot. He's been consistently quick in practice here. And even though he had a poor qualifying run, everybody's looking for Jeff Burton to work his way through the traffic and get up front, and he's doing just that so far.
He wants to get him sorted out on the first 100 miles. 10th at California after a 3-race slide to 14th in the points. He's got something to prove here tonight. That's that number 99. Jeff Burton down on the bottom, following Ricky Rudd in number 10, and he scoots under 3 cars as he goes through that banking.
Boy, Terry Labonte almost made contact there with Rich Bickle. He got into the right rear corner ever so lightly. Now he's kind of bottled up here behind Michael Waltrip. And you can see these guys side by side through the corner now. And Terry Labonte is looking for any way to get by right now.
If you're watching that little scroll at the top of your screen, you can also see that Dale Earnhardt is moving forward in the number 3 car.
Yeah, Earnhardt, it's early. He's 21st. He'll come along. Look at Musgrave in the number 16 down on the bottom. Comes out digging.
It's another of the Jack Roush cars.
And Terry Labonte flies the number 5 up on the bottom of the racetrack as well. Got that rooster really crowing today. And he needs to. He's back in 30th position. He's got some going to do to get up in that front pack. You do not want to get lapped in this race. Track position counts for so much.
Huge crowd on hand. Absolutely enormous number of people here at Charlotte Motor Speedway looking on. It seems as if every time they add grandstands, they barely get the footings poured and all the seats are sold. 12,000 more seats this year than last year. A dozen more suites, all sold out.
Well, they haven't settled into a pattern 8-tall on this one. There you see Joe Nemechek being challenged hard. Jeff Burton coming after him.
Robert Presley in the 77 on the outside there. They door handle to door handle. Close to 200 miles an hour down into turn 3 side by side. These cars are sticking very well early in the race here. And it's because of the cloud cover we've had all day long here in Charlotte.
This is for 24th position. Nemechek in the 42, Presley in the 77, Burton in the 99, fighting for 24th at over 190 miles per hour. You're riding with them here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. 39th annual Coca-Cola 600. Stay with us.
We're going to have a battle for the lead here real soon.
Let me ask you something, Dan. Am I loud enough? Can you hear me okay? Okay. I don't feel like I'm hearing myself very well.
The Page's car is not right there.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Nope. It's too bad.
Yeah.
First car to be left.
That's a shame. Yeah, he had such a good car yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Well, he had his own car yesterday. You don't know how much Doug Richard was allowed to work on the car.
Oh, they worked on it all morning. I was over there.
Doug?
They were all
Doug
over
Richard
it.
was the guy.
It was all done.
Yep.
Cool place to win. I haven't won the 600. I've won the 500 twice, I think.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yep.
Oh, man, and that would make 2 in a row
Okay.
for us. And, you know, this is just an awesome race.
Oh, man. Just got whacked. Did y'all get that? Okay. We need to show that. Boy, I mean, he almost went around. Well, this is tightening up too. Ward's getting slower and slower off the corner.
Back live with 27 laps complete. Closer, ever closer to the leader, moves number 6, Mark Martin. Ward Burton is still there in the Bill Davis, number 22. That Pontiac staying up in front. Mark Martin, who has never won this race. His thoughts on this Memorial Weekend 600.
Cool place to win. I haven't won the 600. I've won the 500 twice, I think. This is, oh, man, and that would make 2 in a row for us. And, you know, this is just an awesome racetrack and awesome fans. And Charlotte is just so cool.
And he looks so cool right now as number 6, Mark Martin, closes in on that leader. Martin again won the Winston a week ago Saturday. Yesterday won the 300. Trying to be the first guy to ever win the whole shooting match, all 3 events. Sort of his own mini million.
Ward Burton in the Pontiac there, the number 22. You can see Mark Martin looking on the inside, just inches away, looks to the inside as he heads down towards turn 3.
3-time winner this year, Mark Martin, down on the bottom in the Winston Cup point battle. Takes over first. Here comes Ward back, trying to take a shot at that lead that he has held for the first 29 laps.
That's more laps than he has led in any race in 1997. A good strong run early on for Ward Burton. Have a chance to adjust that car and see how much more he can do with it, but he's going great right now.
He's looking to the inside of Martin as they go down the back straightaway side by side. I think he just wanted to check Mark out and see how tough he really was. Mark seems to slow a little bit getting into turn 3. He knows that Ward Burton has a great race car now because he backed off, let him go by, checked him out for tough, and then went right back into the race.
Kevin LePage has just pitted. He was the first car to be lapped.
Mike Hogwood is there.
Well, Kevin LePage and Doug Rickard discussed it. They said they can't afford to go 2 laps down. He was so loose he could not drive the race car. So they're going to make some serious chassis adjustments. They tried to rebuild this car and make it like their other one. It was a hit-or-miss proposition, they knew, and unfortunately to start this race, they have missed and missed badly. They hope now that these chassis adjustments will at least make Kevin LePage competitive. 4 tires on the car and a tank of fuel and a slow pit stop as they continue to make some chassis adjustments. LePage is down in the left.
Just watching Mark Martin, I think what might have happened, he was just on the verge of being loose. Ward Burton got right up under him coming off turn 4. He got sideways coming off that corner and said, hey, I can wait till I adjust on this car to try to lead this thing. But Ward wasn't making it easy on him, staying right up under that Ford. It tends to make the back end of the car very wishy-washy.
Martin stays in 2nd spot. Gordon is 3rd. Wallace is 4th. Jarrett, Dale Jarrett in 5th. Saw his son Jason race yesterday. Put on a pretty good show. Finally got spun around. Bounced off the wall. We're going to see a lot from Jason Jarrett in time to come.
Great battle for 4th here. Dale Jarrett leading just behind him. John Andretti. You see the 2-car Rusty Wallace. And Jeremy Mayfield run Rusty Wallace down. They run nose to tail down the back straightaway.
How many times this year have we seen exactly that? The 2 and the 12, nose to tail, running almost identically.
Whoa, John Andretti scoots to the bottom. He'll pick up a spot as they come back to the line. As they continue to shuffle behind the top 3. Ooh, that is Bradbury and Nato in the 13, the rookie from Connecticut. Jerry Nato in trouble. Trying to get that one turned around. As they spun out of turn number 2, that in lap number 34. Actually in lap number 35. We'll take a break, sort things out, show you what happened when we return. As Ward Burton continues to lead in the Coca-Cola 600. Yes, sir. Okay. Let me set him up on that.
Okay.
You've taped that, right, buddy?
What?
The track description?
Yeah, the track.
Yeah. Good pick, buddy. That was a nice jump up.
Yep, everybody's stopping.
Yep, pace car is going to be the only one out there.
Back live, 35 laps, 52.5 miles into the Coca-Cola 600. And with that caution, the whole front of the field came on the pit road. Got a tire loose out here off one of those competitors that was pitting. And let's go down to the pits and do a whip around, see what's happened there. Steve Burns.
Ken Ward-Burton just came in. We've been hearing a number of the teams complaining about being tight going into the corners and loose coming off. Ward came in, took 4 tires, gasoline, no chassis adjustments. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Well, Jeff Burton has started 38th on the field today. He has had an absolute magnificent run up to the 21st position. They pitted 4 tires, but they have one problem. The engine is missing just a little bit. They don't know if it's the carburetor or an ignition. To Alan Bestwick.
Well, these are what you call flat-spotted tires in NASCAR racing. They came off Gary Bradbury's machine where the car was locked up and sliding down the pavement. All 4 of them were worn right through. He's changed them all. He's back on the racetrack, really without any more damage than that. To Mike Hogwood.
We're in the Dale Earnhardt pit. They came in, they took on 4 tires and made a big chassis adjustment. Dale Earnhardt was running 19th. They had a little bit of a long pit stop at this time of the race. Dale said, let's get the car right now. They want it better for later in the race. Back upstairs.
The incident that brought out the caution. Here's what happened. It gave us our first yellow in this race. Turn 2.
Oh my, you can see right there, Bradbury got loose just behind him. Nadeau comes down into the smoke. He starts back up the racetrack. He can't see what's going on there. That caused Nadeau to spin.
They had no idea what was going on in front of him. Let's watch from Mark Martin's car. Where do you go?
Y'all see what Mark Martin did? All you guys back home that run races on a weekly basis, he went to the high side of the racetrack. This is a self-cleaning racetrack, and when a wreck happens on the top, they generally go to the bottom of the racetrack.
And in the interchange on pit road, Rusty Wallace comes out first. Let's take a look at this track with Rusty Wallace, with Buddy Baker.
Let's take a look at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Down through the dog leg, down into turn 1, close to 200 miles an hour. 24-degree banking in turns 1 and 2, and down the long back straightaway. Speeds close to 200 miles an hour as you approach turn 3. Turn 3, you go very low on the racetrack, and off turn 4, the most difficult part of Charlotte Motor Speedway, the bump coming off the corner and back to the start-finish line.
That's what they do on a pretty regular basis around here. Cover that distance in about 28 seconds. There you say Nadeau's number 13 back on pit road. Second car that spun as he tried to avoid Bradbury. Showing 38 laps complete. Rusty Wallace has taken second place. Now guess what? His little brother, Kenny Wallace, is going to be up in front. How about that pit stop by number 81, or did he stop?
Well, no, he didn't stop. He has just now stopped, so he had the lead for just a little bit. He came around, picked up his 5 bonus points for leading a lap, and then he went into the pit area.
And Rusty Wallace will now be the leader with Jeff Gordon second, Mark Martin third, John Andretti in fourth, and they get ready to go. Here's Earnhardt back on pit road. Mike Hogwood.
They're making yet another chassis adjustment. Larry McReynolds and Dale Earnhardt discussed it. They didn't get all the work done they wanted the first time. Dale has turned the wheels out towards the grandstand, so they're checking not only the toe in, but they're checking also the chassis. It is not feeling right to Dale, and he said, let's get this thing fixed now while we're under caution. He's willing to go to the back now, thinking that if they get it right, he can make it back up to the front.
This will make him about 40th on the field, 39th for 40th. We'll see how it shakes out as Earnhardt pulls back out again. Right down here in turns 1 and 2 where he had that big incident with John Andretti back in the Winston. Bruised those ribs badly, hurt his shoulder. Buddy?
You can see the cars going back and forth as they go down with 1 lap to go before the green comes back out.
Here are Dale Earnhardt's thoughts on his season and how it's gone so far.
You'd really like to have had a better season already, even though you've won the Daytona 500. But runs closer races, been more competitive. Of course, Talladega was competitive, but there again, I'm talking about places like Texas, and you know, of course, Martinsville was a fourth. But you need a lot of top fives, need more opportunities to win, and we just hadn't quite been there. And then qualifying's been a struggle for us, and Larry and the guys, they just work so hard at just defeating when you do run bad, and then you just keep working hard. So we just keep determination up and keep working hard, and eventually it'll come.
Well, not to worry about Dale Earnhardt doing well from the back of the pack. In this race in 1993, he was penalized for speeding on pit road, and then he was penalized a lap. NASCAR decided that he had spun Greg Sacks. That put him a lap down. Guess what he did? Won the race. He's back in the back of the pack again, but don't ever, ever, ever count Dale Earnhardt out unless the car is on the trailer. And even then, I'm not so sure.
You know, we talk about Dale Earnhardt, but these guys really depend on great pit crews also. He has one of the best pit stops every time he comes in, and people working on that car are great too.
Notice on the back, the spoiler, sort of that red-orange color. Those 5 guys up for that $1 million bonus, each have the same color on their rear spoiler. So that's another way to keep track of the no-bull 5. Earnhardt, Bobby Labonte, Mayfield, Schrader, and Wallace.
Rusty Wallace was the great beneficiary of that caution flag. He went into his pit in 6th position. He is now in 1st position. What a lightning stop he had.
And Ward Burton went from 1st back to 5th. There's those no-bull 5 guys, and that's where they are right now in the race. Rusty Wallace can win $1 million bonus if he can stick there.
Also, you got to remember, Rusty Wallace is right in the middle of the points battle right now. He walked his 5 points for leading the lap, and he's going to get it if he comes by leading the race here at Charlotte.
See that orange-red spoiler on number 2? Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Well, interesting story down here between Kenny Wallace and Ted Musgrave. You see, there are only 42 pit stalls on pit road, 43 starters today. That means those 2 guys who both took provisionals shared a pit. Therefore, they were in a race going to that first caution flag. The guy that got there first to the start-finish line was able to pit first. The guy that got there behind the other one had to wait and come around the racetrack and pick the second time. Kenny Wallace finished second to Musgrave on that first stop. He picked up 5 bonus points when the leaders came in, but he lost 10 positions after he pitted for the second go-around. So interesting scenario down here towards turn 4 in the pit.
You would think it was 10 laps to go as they go off into turn 3 right there. You can see Rusty Wallace fighting Jeff Gordon side by side, and Mark Martin just behind him, inches away.
One of the interesting things to keep an eye on here as this race unfolds is that this is one of NASCAR's most capricious racetracks. It changes dramatically as the sun comes out and goes away, and as the temperature rises and falls. And right now, for about the first time today, we're seeing pretty bright sun, and that's going to go away for sure in a little while. This place drives the mechanics nuts during every pit stop as they try to adjust the cars to the changing conditions.
And they're still side by side. Nobody shows any advantage right now. They have had a chance to work on these cars. Here comes John Andretti in 4th place. He's going to make a race out of this, and Ward Burton, our early leader in the race, moving into the fray.
Bobby Labonte is there. Jeremy Mayfield, Benson pulling up. They continue to go even across, and with Gordon leading a lap, he's now led in 10 of the 11 Charlotte races in which he's participated. And look at this struggle. Ford against Chevrolet. This isn't good. You'd think it was the final lap. Instead of lap 45 to be completed this time by.
Well, this is what they all came to see, isn't it?
Well, the only thing wrong with running side by side like that, the car on the inside is actually leaning on the tires more. Jeff Gordon getting a little bit better grip as they come off turn 2. Here comes Wallace back though on the inside, but anytime you make a shorter turn in the corner, you put a little more heat in the tires later on in the run. That could hurt Rusty just a little bit.
Using that outside line, Jeff Gordon pulls up half a car length as they come back into the main straightaway. They got lap money on this field, Baker?
I think what they're doing right now, we talked so much in the early get-go here about everybody adjusting on their cars. They're evaluating what they need later on in the race right now to be able to pass that 24 car.
Ford against Chevy with a front spot. in the Coca-Cola 600. 46 laps have been completed. One caution thus far.
Boy, look at this sun coming out now, huh?
Honest to God, Mark Martin's car is a rocket.
Yeah, it is. But it hasn't mattered, has it, what the sun's doing to the racetrack?
No, he don't even care.
No, he's fast no matter what.
Look at this on the outside.
Look at this. Oh man.
Lordy. Oh, don't come over.
Not clear high.
Have we made the point about the 24 and 2 changing 2 tires? I don't know if I heard it.
No.
Okay, well that's that's a point that needs to be made if that's the case, and that's what I heard. I'm way down at turn 4. I don't have that.
No, the 24 changed 4.
Okay, is that true? What about the 2? Did we make that point?
They changed 4.
Okay.
Are you sure those guys all changed 4?
That's what I'm checking. I want to make sure. I couldn't tell. I'm down at turn 4, but I had a note they did. So I was just really checking if that was the case.
Do you see John Andretti's car?
We're back with you live, and just out of turn 4, Jimmy Spencer's done a 360 down across the grass. We're working lap 51, and Spencer, a lucky guy, buddy.
Yeah, but you can see he got into somebody. The front valence on that car is bent back just a little bit. That's the front part below the grill there. And all 4 tires look like they're flat spotted as he tries to get back without doing any damage to the car. If these tires come apart, it'll beat the inner panels out of the inside of the tires there and make it awful for 600 miles.
Take a look at Jimmy Spencer. Ooh, and it's beginning to happen there. You can see that left front fender. Watch again what happened in turn 4.
Oh, he got a little nudge there. Looked like Ernie Irvin there in the 36 got in the back of Spencer, turned him around. As he started around, he made a little bit of contact again. But listen, if you're going to spin at Charlotte, that's the way to do it. Very little damage to that car.
Second caution of the day.
That's Jeff Burton going through the infield. And that's where the black came from, in the nose of Jimmy Spencer's car.
I thought that was Burton up under him there.
Yep.
Jeff Burton, or rather Ward Burton. One of those.
It's Jeff Burton.
Take a look at that Spencer number 23 rank.
Thank goodness for the inner liners. They kept the car up off the racetrack, so he was able to bring it back into the pit area without major damage. Get 4 fresh tires on that number 23.
Randy?
Well, Spencer was in crinkled up sheet metal behind the left front tire. Both of the front tires, believe it or not, absolutely flat on it. The damage seems to be more cosmetic. The good thing this happened early on. They have plenty of time to massage this car and get it back to tip-top shape. But not significant damage down here for Jimmy Spencer. But he's got some terrible track position right now. He'll probably be back in.
Yeah, it's going to dump him on the tail end of things here. Former modified champion. Couple of victories a few years back. Junior Johnson. We'll take a quick break and be back watching Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin duke it out right now.
Again. just took 2 more kids on the outside. On the inside. No, it was on the inside. The 99 came by on the inside. Yeah, that's what I said. I believe that you're right. But
You got him on the outside?
But the guy with the nose, buddy?
Yeah.
Where he got the black on the nose, that was the 99. He was spinning, and Burton came by on the inside.
Yeah.
That's where the black came
Yeah,
from.
but it was Ernie that turned.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
Of course, I'd always believe you're correct. So that's
well, that's not necessarily so, but I brought my glasses just in case. Gail's not usually wrong many times, I'll tell you. Everything's pretty good. I want to get a better flow up here between the 3 of us. I think we need that badly. It's got to be more of a conversation.
Page back in again.
It's a nightmare with everything he has riding on this race. What happened?
Yeah.
And Elliott Sadler's just riding to get 600 miles under his belt. He hadn't passed the car.
Well, they're having a lot of trouble with that car.
That is his backup, too.
Yeah.
He said the
second one.
He said the thing has got a demon in it that they haven't been able to figure out.
I like that.
Yeah. Cracked frame or something. It's just something they haven't been able to find.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have to say I'm over.
Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Check out all the in-car camera action online at TBSSuperstation.com. Watch the race from the driver's seat at TBSSuperstation.com. Watching Jeff Gordon trying to win it back-to-back. Done on 5 previous occasions among 4 drivers. STP Pit Roundup, and we'll start with Randy this time. You there, Mr. Penburton?
Sure am, Pen.
Right.
Jimmy Spencer has been on pit road a couple of times now. The problem they have is the brace has broken loose of the front valance of the car, so really no way to fix that. They're going to try and prop the front valance up, and he'll be back in for a little more work, but no significant damage. He did say, though, that he thought maybe his tire was cut down prior to the wreck. Alan.
Dick Trickle had started 7th. He had fallen back a little bit. They came down pit road planning to make just a 2-tire stop, but a little miscommunication. One of the tire changers loosened the lug nuts on the left front. They had to take a long time to get it fixed back up. He's all the way back in 37th. To Steve Burns.
And some nervous early moments for Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. Jeff reported over the radio that he thought the motor was missing. Well, they switched ignition boxes and then switched back. There's 2 ignition boxes inside each car. Now he says it sounds fine and it's not missing or skipping anymore. Mike Hogwood.
Down at our end of pit road, most of the team's still chasing it. That includes Joe Nemechek, who was tight in the corner and loose off. They tried to loosen it up just a little bit, and Dale Earnhardt in for 2 more tires and another adjustment. He's still not happy. Ken?
All right, we're watching number 99 back on pit road. Jeff Burton coming in. See if we can get a report on that one.
Yeah, a lot of the cars that were in the back of the pack took an opportunity to pit at that point. Let's go to Randy.
Well, Jeff Burton will be back in. He just made a pit stop. He does have a little right front fender damage that they're trying to pull the sheet metal away. Nothing significant, but he's been on pit road now once, and he'll probably be back in.
Got caught up with the number 23 as Jimmy Spencer was spinning in turn number 4. Jimmy Spencer has pitted another time and come out. Gordon stays first, Martin second, Andretti third, Wallace to 4th. And you have Ward Burton in 5th with Bobby Labonte in 6th and Mayfield running in 7th. We'll take another quick break here at lap 56 and then return to the 39th running of the Coca-Cola 600. Getting good.
Spencer back in again. But that's all right. That's what we got to do.
He's lucky to have a car.
Yes, he is.
See, they're working on that front valence. There's never any light damage to the nose. That is so important to making that car have proper downforce.
Oh, I agree. Here, Martinsville's another story.
Yeah, Martinsville,
here the
you
nose
run
has to be
without
right.
fenders.
That's right.
Big deal.
You win without fenders in Martinsville, but you better have that valence right here.
I watched Dale Earnhardt lap the field in Bristol one time without any front end. That's another story and another day.
Yep. You know, we maybe ought to set up early on the adversity that Gordon and his guys have been through. You know, enumerate running out of gas last week, the crash yesterday morning, Evernham's black eye.
I've got a card going into Jeff Gordon.
It's a tough race. It's a long race, and so, you know, it starts basically in the daytime and goes into nighttime.
Yep, and then what we'll do is go right to what Dick was talking about. That's a good idea. Yep.
Well, Burton's coming back in. Whoa, look at that. Look what he's having.
That's one of the lizards.
It's Godzilla.
Is it?
Or was it a lizard?
I can't tell.
That was Godzilla, boys. I'll tell you.
It's a tough race. It's a long race, and so, you know, it starts basically in the daytime and goes into nighttime, and you have to remember that the race is won at night, and so sometimes you have to give up a little bit during the day, but that's what makes it so interesting, and what makes it such a prestigious race is that the track changes so much over a 600-mile race, and the fans can be winners also this 600, because if they want to help to save somebody's life, Close-Up Toothpaste is doing what they call the Close-Up Challenge, where if you call the 1-800-MARROW-2 number, not only can you possibly help to save somebody's life, but Close-Up will also donate $1 for every call that they receive.
1-800-MARROW-2, right?
That's it.
That's well worth it doing. That's where you can really make the contribution. All right, here we are at 58 laps complete, guys. Had a great start. Had Ward Burton just scoot down into turn number 2. Looked like Jeff Gordon. He pulled it off on the lead as he went into turn number 1, and then Ward drove around him, drove away, led for a while. Mark Martin has been up there showing a lot of stuff. We've seen Earnhardt in and out. He seems to be pretty well set now and ready to give it a good go. He'll come from 25th position on this restart, which is upcoming in about half a lap.
And for those who think that Jeff Gordon is invincible, all you had to do was hang around Charlotte Speedway for the last week or so. Last Saturday night in the Winston, they tried running just a little bit light, ran out of gas with victory in sight. Yesterday morning, team driver in the car, flat tire, car in the wall. They had to work all day yesterday to get it right. And today, Ray Evernham is sporting a black eye, working on the car. One of the grinding wheels came apart. It's a good thing he was wearing safety glasses, but Ray's got a black eye. He says, however, the team has all pulled together, and that is what has given him the confidence that tonight will be their night. All the bad stuff is over.
Quickly to Steve Burns on pit road.
We know that this race started after 6 p.m. Eastern, but the garage area opened at 11 o'clock this morning, and all the teams were in here working hard. Now, here's what they did for 7 hours before the race. This is Rusty Wallace's pit box. They have a list that has different designations under the car rear suspension. You see all these different items. They have the body, interior, the trunk, electrical system, front suspension, and the motor. 161 different items they check, and the mechanic involved signs his initials to it to make sure the job's been done, and we're back to green flag racing.
And is responsible for it. Wallace in 4th spot. Here's Gordon being challenged. Mark Martin is there.
Mark Martin come off turn 2 like a shot out of a cannon and took the lead from Jeff Gordon. And just behind him, John Andretti showed a lot of early muscle.
Yeah, but nobody's showing more muscle so far than that number 6 car. They are ever so strong tonight.
Ward Burton is right there as well in 5th. Bobby Labonte in 6th. We got Mayfield in 7th. And look at this gang up in front.
Okay, as reported earlier, Mark Martin's car is a little bit loose with the car directly behind him. Here comes Jeff Gordon right back by Martin. You can see him move to the outside.
Wow.
John Andretti thought maybe moving into second, but thought better of it.
Martin looks back and sees Andretti there as Jeff Gordon goes out in front. And here comes Martin back on the outside another time. Wait a minute, guys. This is 600 miles.
Yeah. Mark Martin drives it deep down in the corner and reassumes the lead now. Jeff Gordon just behind him, trying to close back up.
Pretty intense competition for this early on in the longest stock car race in America. They've got to go 600 miles, but they're making it seem as if this is a Saturday night 25-lap shootout.
Look at Bobby Labonte in the 18 beginning to scramble here. Working on Burton in the 22. There's Terry Labonte on pit road. And that's smoldering there. Going a lap down right now. I think they've roasted that rooster.
Here's two Pontiacs battling side by side. The early leader, Ward Burton, and Bobby Labonte down the back straightaway with Jeremy Mayfield pushing along just behind them.
And Dale Jarrett helping that push too. And look at Benson. Take a look at the 5 car and what happened here.
Oh boy, that's right out the exhaust, buddy, out the left side.
Randy Pemberton.
Well, Terry Labonte did not have engine failure. Believe it or not, he had a left front wheel come loose, and it damaged the suspension. They have taken the Kellogg's machine behind the wall. Unbelievable.
You could see the tire itself get into the outside part of the fender there, and it was rubbing pretty severe. They had to come in and get it fixed because it would blow that tire out without a doubt.
Mayfield in 7th, Ryan with Jarrett. Back to the stripe. Kevin LePage pitting another time. Falling back. He and Nato, those two rookies, are on the tail end of this field. LePage had trouble at the outset. Gone a lap down early, and then Nato spun on the back straightaway in that first caution period.
Great battle right here. Jeremy Mayfield leads the group. Dale Jarrett just side by side with Ward Burton as they head into turn 3. Just behind them, you can see Ernie Irvin fighting Johnny Benson.
That's Mayfield in 6th, Burton in 7th, Jarrett's 8th, Benson is 9th, and Irvin is 10th in the number 36.
Benson has come all the way up from 39th spot in that yellow number 26 car. An incredible drive. The car had been very, very loose. What they did to it is almost beyond belief. They went underneath that car with the torches. They moved the little brackets that attach the lower A-frame and re-welded them in a different position, changed the location of the rear end, crossed their fingers, and it obviously has worked.
Oh my, that was very, very close. Ernie Irvin moving just under Ward Burton. They almost made contact coming off turn 4. Just behind them, Chad Little in the green car there.
And he's come up from 24th position. Chad Little in that number 97. He's rolling.
Man, that's awful close to doing this.
Martin stays up in front. Gordon stays in 2nd. Looking further back. Following this battle back around the 9th, 10th, 11th positions, Burton, Irvin, and Chad Little. Pulling out to about a 10-car length advantage is Mark Martin over Gordon. There's some space up in front. There's not much back here, buddy.
No, not much at all. These cars are just inches apart. As you can see, Ernie Irvin got in the corner just a little bit wrong, pushed up, and here comes Ward Burton challenging him on the inside. A little bit of contact there as he come off turn 2. Johnny Benson. Oh, Chad Little makes it 3 wide.
Well, I guess that's asserting himself, isn't it?
They say nothing runs like a deer.
Yeah, well.
No, this old saying is nothing runs from a deer, but I'm telling you right now, Chad Little is flying down through here.
Well, that's the car he finished 2nd in Texas. That's his career best ever finish in all the years of Winston Cup racing this guy has done, and he's got it humming tonight.
And look at Sterling Marlin pulling along up in here.
You're exactly right. Sterling Marlin in the Coors car there on the outside goes by Chad Little as they head down into turn 3. He's doing it the hard way. He's on the outside of the racetrack, way up high. As you can see, Kenny Schrader, another guy that's racing for $1 million bonus tonight, coming along, following Sterling Marlin up through the crowd.
Sterling Marlin having a very good run. He had started this race in 30th position, now being shown in 11th with 12th Little and then Schrader right there with him. Kenny Schrader, another candidate to win that $1 million bonus. You can tell from that red spoiler. Is that red or orange?
It's really kind of a reddish color. The other way you can tell is if you get a right side look at the cars. It's pretty hard to do here at about 170 miles an hour, but they have all got a big dollar sign in the right side window and a little dot on the windshield. See it right at the top of the windshield, right by the roof.
Same color as that spoiler.
Yeah.
Well, it'll all turn green for the guy that wins it when that spoiler, if everybody's looking at that spoiler on the last lap, $1 million bonus. Wow, what a payday.
Number 97 hangs right in there. Chad Little, 13th with Schrader. Battle for 12th. For the moment, Schrader has it. Little falls back another time. What a great war. We'll give you more of it after this break.
Guys.
Yeah.
The 3 is up from 20th now to 7th. No, that's not right. What is that? I don't know how to read your notes.
21st, but we need to see him. We need to see Earnhardt because he is coming. It's closed up on Nemechek.
Front end spindle and assembly for Terry Labonte. Second place in points, still in the garage.
Oh, boy.
Does that sound like,
can somebody go get that story and see?
I'm here.
Okay.
Ben here.
Does that sound like deja vu of Jeff Gordon 1995 here?
Right.
Spindle assembly.
You know who?
The hub actually broke first.
Hey, guys, in the pits, whoever's got Johnny Benson, that thing is hauling.
Hey, Michael, I got the Goodwill Games in July in New York. What you got going on in July?
Man, I'm not that far away from there. I'm up in Pocono, Pennsylvania, racing in the Pennsylvania 500. Maybe if I get a chance, I could ease over there and see you.
The great American sprinter, Jackie Joyner Kersey and Michael Waltrip recently got together to discuss some big events coming to TBS.
Hey, Michael, I got the Goodwill Games in July in New York. What you got going on in July?
Man, I'm not that far away from there. I'm up in Pocono, Pennsylvania, racing in the Pennsylvania 500. Maybe if I get a chance, I could ease over there and see you.
Yeah, I hope so, but I'm going to try to catch you on TBS.
Oh, yeah, the NASCAR race from Pocono is on TBS, and so is the Goodwill Games. So
right.
If I don't make it up there, I'll tune in as well.
Coming July 19th to New York. The Goodwill Games coming to you on TBS. Michael Waltrip running currently in 21st position. No, a little further back, isn't he? See where old Michael has put that number 21. He's running right where he wants it, 31st. Yep. And he's a lap down at the present time. There's your leader. It's Mark Martin in front, and his lead that had extended to maybe 20 car lengths has been cut down considerably here of recent. Jeff Gordon's climbing back into this picture. 7/10 of a second down. Is Gordon to Mark Martin, the leader. Gordon first, Jimmy in second, John Andretti right there ready in that third spot to see if he can do something with it. Here he comes. There you get a sense of the interval between second and third. Now take a look at Johnny Benson. What a run he's having, buddy, up to 6.
He's having a great run. The car seems to work well on the high side of the racetrack, but Bobby Labonte has tried 4 or 5 times to pass him. He's been all the way up side by side with him. Benson's showing a lot of muscle on the high side. But look here, Bobby said it worked for you. I might try it up there and try to get by you up there.
From 39th position, Johnny Benson into 6th. Bobby Labonte is right there working on him, but not getting around him.
Now let's get down to the pits and take a look and see what's happening with Terry Labonte's car.
Well, the entire front end, left front end assembly, the hub was broken on Terry Labonte's car. They don't know why it came apart. They've replaced the brake rotor as well as all the brake caliper. The left rear or left front tire is going on right now. They're going to tighten things back up, and Terry Labonte's going to be back on the racetrack. But disappointment for him. Never took the window net down.
That's going to put him out of the picture as far as taking this 600. Whoa, look at Jimmy Spencer trying to make that move and coming under Ricky Rudd in that tight car on the outside. Michael Waltrip coming with it.
You're exactly right. They call him Mr. Excitement. You could see why there. Up on the high side of the racetrack, turned hard left, goes by Ricky Rudd on the bottom side, brings Michael Waltrip with him.
That gives him 26th position for Jimmy Spencer as he fights his way back in. If you missed it, he had a wild ride. His own little merry-go-round at 180 miles an hour out of turn number 4. Brought out a caution a bit earlier, but he's right back in here and still trucking.
Al Petty in that number 44 on the bottom. Big charity ride a couple of weeks ago. Going to donate somewhere between $350,000 and $450,000 to a variety of charities.
Got 5 cars getting ready to come back on the track. There it is. Terry Labonte rolling out. How long would that take if you went to your neighborhood garage to get that kind of work done?
Oh, it'd take 2 weeks, but let me tell you, the real damage was done. He's second points, and that really sets him back in this field a long ways. When you're trying to win the national championship, you don't want things like that to happen.
You know, it's really deja vu. You think about it, back in May of 1995, Jeff Gordon won the pole for this race and had a right front hub fail, wound up spending a lot of time behind pit wall as well. I wonder if there's any relationship between the two. They are teammates.
Here's Mark Martin still working.
Look at this. Dale Jarrett's run Rusty Wallace down. He's pulled within the car length of him. You can see Rusty having trouble getting off the corner right there. Dale Jarrett gets a great run down the back straightaway and pulls even as they head into turn 3.
Fourth position. It's Dale Jarrett on the bottom, going through, and he's taken that 4th spot away from Rusty Wallace.
Jarrett's a guy to keep your eye on tonight. He has won 2 out of the last 4 Winston Cup races held here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The team really knows what they're doing, and he is ever so good at this racetrack.
There's about a quarter of a track down to the leader.
You see Jeremy Mayfield working out Bobby Labonte there, able to run the very low part of the racetrack. Bobby Labonte's car is beginning to give up and start moving up the racetrack as you see Mayfield go into turn 3, right on the white line, right around the base of the racetrack. That's been the preferred line for real quick laps here.
We're all talking about the $1 million bonus. Jeremy Mayfield, has he been it, if he can win, that's what I'm trying to say, if he can win the race tonight, will do a good bit better than that. As the points leader, there's a $110,000 bonus tonight if he can win the race. It'll also put him on the winner's circle next year. That's worth about $300,000, about $250,000 in prize money. If you've had your calculator out, that's about $1,700,000. This number 12 car will earn if he can win the race tonight. It's his birthday next week on Wednesday. What a birthday present.
It's my heart.
Yeah, crew chief Paul Andrews has a birthday tomorrow.
7th spot. That's what they're battling for at the present time. Labonte, Mayfield, and Irvin battling for 7th, and Labonte has it at the moment. Mayfield taking it away and then lost his grip on that spot.
Well, he lost his grip, but he's still able to run low, and Bobby Labonte is still having a little bit of trouble holding that car down. It looks as though he's trying to find somewhere that he can run fast through the corner and not lose a lot of position. The car must have something wrong with the handling at this point.
Jerry Nadeau has just pitted his number 13 another time, one of those rookie candidates, well out and back. There's Sterling Marlin's number 40. He's in 10th spot. And you see right with him comes Ward Burton in the number 22. He was the guy that led in those first 30 laps. And look at this battle continue. In join for 7th spot, Labonte versus Mayfield. Labonte in the 18, Jeremy Mayfield in the number 12. Out of turn 4, back down the main straightaway.
He makes a move, Jeremy Mayfield. Now watch how quick he pulls away from Bobby. He has a little bit quicker car, but Bobby had it preferred line on the high side there, and he couldn't quite get back in the throttle where he wants to, and use a lot of the racetrack coming out of the corner to accelerate.
Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
We're in the Taco Dine pit where the team owner, Bob Hampshire, has just arrived from Indy. Had 3 drivers at Indy today, and one of them, Steve Knapp, comes home third. Way to go. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're very pleased for Steve. He had a good run. All 3 cars had a good run until we had one get caught up in an accident. But hopefully we're bringing all the good luck with us for Team Tabasco here tonight.
You've had a busy Memorial Day hitting both races.
Yeah, it is. But we're happy to be at the Coca-Cola 600. These guys do a great job down here, and I'm pleased to be down here to watch it.
This is one happy car owner, Ken.
Let's ask him about Jim Guthrie, his driver who was so hurt today at Indianapolis. Oh, here's the baby. Wait a minute, here's the baby coming out. Yeah, that's the brand new arrival. Todd Bodine and company. Thursday, no less.
Yeah, boy, did he time that thing right. Just got to the hospital in time to be there with his wife and get back without missing a single bit of practice.
Let's go back to Mike Hogwood for just a moment.
Yeah, Ken, let's ask you about Jim Guthrie. How is he?
He went into surgery just before I left the ground on his leg. Top wishbone went through his leg. It was a piercing injury. He broke that bone in his leg. They're going to put a pin in it, and he'll be all right. His arm's a little sore. They're going to look into that, but he'll be all right.
Certainly, we wish the best for Jim Guthrie if he's watching.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that report, too, Mike Hogwood. A lot of folks concerned. That looked pretty savage.
There's the father of that baby. That's Todd Bodine. You can see him going down in the corner there. Looks to be very still on the steering wheel going through the corners. You see him now. He'll bring his hand back over as he heads down the straightaway. Holds the car very, very straight down the straightaway. Checks the mirror. All the day's work in the office.
If you're out in the garden today or out on the lake and you missed Indianapolis, oh, what a great victory for Eddie Cheever. As we watch Mark Martin here in front, Eddie Cheever was victorious this afternoon. He's the guy that carried American colors in Formula One through so many difficult and frustrating years, but he stuck with it. And in the midst of his major frustration in Formula One, he was always a great guy to work with. It's wonderful to see Eddie Cheever come back to these shores and win at Indianapolis. Yeah, it's a girl for Team Tabasco, Ashlyn Marie.
garage. I ran down there. They took 2 on that last stop. Wow. That's why they got the track position. That's Benson. Yeah. He got rights only on the last stop.
Yep. Benson got around Wallace. That's for 5th, huh?
And Mayfield's deal is they wanted to take a little tape off the nose the last pit stop or the first pit stop, and they accidentally took all the tape off. So the car's got no front grip, or not as much front grip now as he needs, and he's pushing a little bit. Mayfield.
Oh. Well, they still can't.
Can we get that report from you about Mayfield? Who's got that report?
That's Alan.
Okay, Alan. Thank you.
Too bad they can't see from up here. I can see a lot of things wrong. Bye. There goes Dale Jarrett by Richard Petty's car. Soon Jeremy's going to put Rusty away. Rusty's really bad off the corner. He can't get back in the throttle. He's just like this up off the corner.
He said it in the pre-race show. He wasn't sure they had the car right. I guess this race car.
We're back with you with 97 laps now complete. 145.5 miles are down. Johnny Benson's on the move. He's around Wallace. He's up into 5th. Wallace is 6th. Mayfield is in 7th. And Alan Bestwick can tell us more about Jeremy Mayfield.
Ken, when Mayfield came in for his first pit stop back at lap 36, crew chief Paul Andrews wanted them to take a little bit of tape off the grill opening on the car for engine temperature management. Problem was they accidentally pulled all the tape off of the grill, which on these cars greatly changes the handling characteristics of the machine. So right now, Mayfield has less front grip with the front tires than he wants. Paul Andrews says we need to find some time to get some tape back on the nose of this thing. We just can't afford to do it on a green flag stop.
And now Mayfield has moved around his teammate, taken over in 6th spot. Wallace is back to 7th. And what's happening with Wallace out there, Buddy Baker?
Well, Wallace right now, he can't touch the throttle coming off the corner. He's losing a lot of time as even Jeremy Mayfield not exactly perfect. He got by Rusty Wallace. Rusty gets in the corner good. He can't get off.
There he is, Rusty Wallace, in that 7th spot. And Mayfield has just gone beneath him.
John Andretti on pit road.
Andretti pulling off. Remember, he's been running up in that top 3 or 4. Here comes that number 40 car of Sterling Marlin in 8th, but Andretti making an unscheduled stop here.
He has been a contender all day until now.
It looks like it might be a scheduled stop for them because they're going to the tires. You see them changing all 4 tires, putting in fuel right now. We're at the 101-mile mark. Or I should say laps.
Just past 150 miles, Andretti is in and out.
And here comes Sterling Marlin in. Second to pit.
So we're just ready to open the door on that second round of pit stops. Andretti first in. Here is Sterling Marlin. Been running right up there just around that top 10. Felix Sabetta's team has been scrambling this year, but Marlin's having a great run in the first quarter of this 600-mile race.
And 19-second stop for Sterling Marlin. That's very, very good for him. He's back. That speed limit down pit road, it looks like the cars absolutely stopped, but that's the only way to keep it safe for these guys when they come in for pit stops. It's the same for everybody.
He shaved a little off the distance of that race as a quarter. You're watching now as Schrader comes in.
See the dollar sign on the side window?
Yep. That means $1 million if it's first across the line.
They're going to take on 4 also.
Kenny Schrader was 4th at Daytona. Top 5. Got an opportunity for $1 million bonus, and here's Mike Hogley.
Ward Burton did take 4 tires, minor air pressure adjustment in the tires. Ward was telling his crew chief that the track is starting to change just a little bit. Now to Steve Burns.
And Rusty Wallace is in. They're on the right side of the car. Amazing story here that Jackman Earl Barban had knee surgery. He hurt his knee playing basketball after the California race. It's amazing he can get around the car, much less jacket. Another great pit stop. 20.2 seconds.
Jeff Gordon is in. Mayfield is out of gas. Mayfield ran it a little too thin, buddy.
Boy, he is really losing a lot of time right now trying to get into pit road as he makes his entrance right now. He's actually got pretty good speed now that he's running speed limit, but he coasted all the way from turn 3.
Boy, that could be a $1.7 million bunch of gas that he was short.
Jeremy Mayfield's car did coast to a stop in his pit. The problem compounded by the fact that Lake Speed was in the stall behind him. With the engine not running, he had to try and turn the machine into the box without the power steering. You might be able to hear the engine revving now. They have the car backfired again. Fueling it, 4 tires going on. A little trouble on the left front. Still working now. Mayfield down and away and headed back onto the track, but he's lost a lot of time.
And Jeff Gordon was just on pit road. They changed 4 tires. They also made a chassis adjustment to the right rear, transferring weight to the left front. Jeff saying the car was a little bit tight, so they want to free it up a little bit in the corners.
So there's your leader, Mark Martin, in number 6 with 106 laps complete. And see how he took that lead.
Mark Martin, he goes by Bobby Labonte.
That
Now
was from
he's
6th to 5th.
Yeah, now he's fighting with Rusty Wallace, moves to the inside, passes him, takes it on the high side there as he goes by Jeff Gordon. This car is flawless right now. He can make his move on the bottom and the top of the racetrack. That is really important to have a car where you can run it where you need to.
And he's proven he's got good gas mileage as well, outlasting the rest. Bobby Labonte now in.
And Bobby Labonte's in for service. They've already got the right side on. Jimmy Makar's crew not making any chassis adjustments on this side. Just tires and gas on this stop. 17.2 seconds. A great stop for Bobby Labonte.
Jimmy Makar's outfit doing a great job. Here comes the Budweiser car. Randy LaJoy for Ricky Craven at the controls. Take a look at this pit stop. Ride with Randy into the pits. Check that telemetry as he comes out. Remember, they cut the speed on pit road down to 45 miles per hour. Had an incident earlier this season, which I think we can show you. Brought about this change by NASCAR.
Okay, you can see he's shifting about at 6,500 as he's got in low gear. Now he's down to 4,000 RPM. And you can see right now he's in the pit road. Watch him accelerate. 8,000 right there as he goes through the gears. He's not allowed to return until he gets on the back straightaway into the racing groove.
Mark Martin pitting number 6, giving up first place at lap 110.
Martin and his crew will get 4 fresh tires on the car, a full tank of fuel. They will make no adjustments. I asked Jack Roush if this track had started changing any. He said absolutely not. This car is running perfect. Even though it's twilight, they are anticipating the track to change a little more, but they're not going to make any adjustments now. 19.1 seconds. Great pit stop for Mark Martin and his team.
Well, here's Benson. We told you what a run he's made. Right up, Johnny Benson, the number 26 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is having his best day in 1998 here at the Coca-Cola 600.
From 39th to the front, he said he was loose getting into the corner, tight in the middle. It was 4 tires, and Johnny Benson is down away. An excellent stop at 19.5.
Nice stop for Johnny Benson. Martin having a great run here.
There's your new leader.
Nemechek by himself, lap 112. He was a candidate to win it all yesterday in the 300. He does well in those 300-mile races.
Sure does. Won it a year ago.
5 or 6.
Yeah, won it a year ago.
Todd Bodine. Check the telemetry here.
Okay, you see he's down around. Well, right now he's going back out. You can see him in low gear there. He's down to 6,000 now. He's back going around the corner. He's actually out of the pits now. You can see him below the white line. Now when he gets on the back straightaway, he'll start to accelerate. 8,500. Back in, shifting into 3rd. Watch him go into 4th gear and into turn 3 there. Already, all back up to 8,000. I'll get better at that as we go here.
Haven't done it that much, huh, Baker? Gosh. Woo! All right, leader Nemechek is in. Leader is in. Jeff Burton will inherit first place. Jimmy Spencer will go up to 2nd. Michael Waltrip to 3rd. And DW will be 4th when we return.
I'm sorry. Great telemetry. Nobody to read it.
This is interesting. Look what's going to happen with Jimmy Spencer.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, he just walks up the racetrack.
He'll be walking back to direct.
How come this thing?
Oh, yeah. Remember, he had to spin. He had to go into the pits. He kept going into the pits. He could go further than anybody else as a result.
Yeah. Boy, if they had a caution right now.
That's right. Well, look what's happening with the guys with the fresh tires. Or is he getting ready to pit? He's coming in. He's coming in, yeah.
Back with you live as we watch Michael Waltrip making a 4-tire change. Getting ready for an STP pit roundup. The guy that was leading, Jimmy Spence, when we left, is now well back in the field, 28. He's made his 4-tire change. Let's do that STP pit roundup right now and go to Randy first.
Well, Jeff Burton, that trouble they were having earlier on with the car skipping, it seems to have dissipated somewhat, and Jeff Burton says he still has the problem, but it has gone away. So they only feel it on the backstretch, but they came in, took on 4 tires, still running well. Mike Hogwood.
Joe Nemechek here in the 42 pit started off. He said this car just was not right, but they made several adjustments on pit stop. They freed it up. Joe just radioed to his crew and said, this baby is perfect now. Alan Bestwick.
Running out of fuel, very costly for Jeremy Mayfield. Right now, he is 39th, 2 laps down to the race leader. That'll change a little bit as the rest of the green flag stops are completed, but Mayfield is way behind. To Steve Burns.
Alan, we're looking at the tires that are mounted up for Bobby Labonte. Talked to the crew chief, Jimmy Makar, and he said his team had 15 sets of tires mounted up for this race. Now, most teams will have about the same number. That means the tire bill alone for these teams is about $20,000. So, heck, you'd have to win $1 million bonus to pay for your tire bill.
Mayfield's back in 36th, now 37th position. And Dick Trickle inherits the lead for a moment. Dick Trickle's number 90, and we have Green for second in the 96. Now Trickle is coming in, and now Green is coming in, so I think you're going to be able to give it back at this point to Jeff Gordon in first, and that would move Mark Martin to second, Jarrett to third, John Andretti they would be showing in fourth.
Whoa! Johnny Benson.
Johnny Benson got hit from behind. He picks it up, and look at this piece of riding. Hey, I want to see this again, Baker.
I'm going to tell you one thing. That shows great car control. 90% of the time, the guy would turn that car around, back out in front of all this oncoming traffic. Great job by Johnny Benson.
Well, there's pavement drivers, there's dirt track drivers. I guess we got us a grass track driver as well. Man, what a job he did. I just hope he didn't damage the undercarriage of the car.
I think the only thing he damaged right there was a little bit of time. Right now he's evaluating the car. I'll tell you, when you take a ride like that, it takes about 2 or 3 laps to regroup and realize everything's okay.
Take a look at the replay on this one, folks. Johnny Benson, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Bobby Labonte on the inside.
Bobby slips up into him. Ward Burton in the 22 barely misses him right there. He gets sideways in the grass, jumps across the pavement there, gets that car back under control. I'm telling you, that's a piece of driving.
You do that kind of agricultural racing at 170 plus miles an hour. There's a day's work. So easy to oversteer, overcorrect. Randy?
Well, just moments before that, he came over the radio and told his crew chief, Steve Neal, the car feels a little loose. Matter of fact, a little looser than I'd like it. Right now, he is real loose. That's why he was on the high side of the racetrack coming off of turn 4. And we saw that spectacular save. But they've got a little problem in the right rear tire, maybe going down.
124 complete. Battle for the lead. You've got Gordon versus Martin one more time. What a punch up this has been.
Absolutely. Martin took a look just a second ago in turn 3 on the high side of Jeff Gordon. Couldn't make it stick. Right now he's just in his tire tracks here as they come off turn 4.
Jeff Gordon trying to become a 3-time winner. A year ago, he got stuck in a traffic jam trying to get out to the racetrack, and a police officer saved him, got him here. He got to the driver's meeting just about on time. This year, his flat slept over yesterday, so they put Terry Labonte in the car to go out and practice. He ran over something in the track and scuffed up the whole right side of that number 24. But it sure doesn't look like he hurt it much, buddy.
No, not at all. You see Todd Bodine going a lap down there as Jeff Gordon turns left under him. Rockets off the corner there. Mark Martin still working on him, trying to go by.
Todd Bodine is in 26th position with that Tabasco car.
All lap down. They did a lot of work on that number 24 car. Changed the whole rear end. Did a lot of sheet metal work on the side. In fact, they just managed to get the decals on that car this morning. They had to repaint the whole right side of it. Changed the right front hub. Lined it all back up again. And right out of the box, as soon as they put the rebuilt car on the racetrack, it was fast.
126 laps complete, 189 miles. Now take a look at how these leaders are running. There you see Gordon up in front. Martin's in second. Here's the interval. Back to third spot. And there you see Dale Jarrett there. And here's John Andretti. He's running number 43 in the 4th position. Following him is number 2. Rusty Wallace should be coming along. A couple of lap cars here. Kenny Wallace is there. And the 98 of Trickle. And next one back is Wallace, followed by Jeff Burton.
Here comes Mark Martin again, trying to take the lead away from Jeff Gordon as they swing off turn 4, side by side, down the front straightaway. The crowd is on their feet as they go down to turn 1.
Big wiggle by Mark Martin as he goes on the outside of Gordon. Held onto the race car, but man.
Hey, we got a Panther in the pits. Let's go down there right now and get more on that story.
Yeah, Lamar Lathan, an all-pro linebacker with the Carolina Panthers, is here helping out the Joe Nemechek team tonight. You have become a big race fan since coming to Charlotte.
Well, I'll tell you what. That was the first time when I came to Charlotte when I realized at halftime they would put up the race stats on the board, and they got a louder cheer than we could ever imagine. So I figured I better become a race fan.
What's your job here in the pits tonight?
Well, basically, I'm pitting Joe, and you know, earlier today he took me around and showed me everything, and I didn't realize there was so much put into auto racing, and this was a great experience. I think everybody should experience once in their life.
Never hurts to have a good, quick linebacker in the pits.
And there's a good one. Mark Martin has won the 2 races that have been run on 1.5-mile tracks this year. He won at Las Vegas. He won at Texas. Is he going to do it here? What do you think, Dick Berger?
He looks awfully good. You know, the interesting story there, though, is before this weekend and before the Winston, he had won all 3 of his Winston Cup races in one car. They call it the West Coast car because that was where the car was winning. They built this thing as a one-off for the Winston, and they decided, well, if it's a good car, maybe we'll bring it to the 600. It was an exceptionally good car, and here it is, and it is running on a rail tonight.
Great battle up in front. There you are, watching Mark Martin at work in the office with Valvoline car number 6. What a run he's making with Jeff Gordon in this 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 live on TBS from the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Uh-oh. Terry Labonte got in the pits.
Yeah, he's made a couple of stops.
What's happening? What's happening? What do you mean?
Well, look at that 21 car. Just kind of mosey along up by.
Well, he's just taking his time. Biding his time.
Well, Benson's saying there's oil in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
You guys are reporting that Terry Labonte has dropped something. Yeah, they brought him in.
That's the report down here, too, that Labonte's dumping oil on the track.
Oh, boy.
Waltrip right away, and that's a good.
You got a great race right here.
Let's stay right here.
Great race for the lead.
You know, I'm not.
And you got Waltrip trying to stay in the lead lap.
Well,
and Jeff Bodine trying to stay in the lead lap.
Yep.
he ain't gonna be able to do it.
No, he's not.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, Dave, I'm going to head to the
Well, let's see him again. Show him to me right now so we can divide him up among ourselves. Mayfield's already led, hasn't he? Right, guys?
No, I don't believe so.
Has Mayfield led a lap?
No, not today.
No.
Okay, thank you. Back with 135 of 400 laps complete. Stories we're following, and there are so many. But here are some highlights from this Coca-Cola 600. Earnhardt is still out here, still running just as hard as Dale Earnhardt always runs. He is back to 13th position. Bill Elliott is still a factor in this race, too.
Yeah, he is running hurt for sure. Jeff Gordon, back-to-back wins. He's looking awful good right now, running in second spot.
Jeremy Mayfield still has not led a lap, nor has he won at Charlotte, nor any Winston Cup race. Here's the man everybody's talking about. Mark Martin stays in front for the moment. Is he going to win his third race on a mile and a half, his fourth race, and the Winston Cup Series, his fifth major race of the year here tonight? Let's go pit side.
Well, Mark Martin has begun to complain that the race car is starting to get a little loose on him. Jack Roush has been in his pit, his car owner. When he heard Johnny Benson say the same thing, one of his other cars, he ran down to Steve Neal's pit, that's for Johnny Benson, and said, even though you guys made a track bar adjustment, Mark Martin made no changes. This could be the first indication as the sun begins to set that this track is changing. They told them to just ride it out, see what the track does.
There's Martin skimming through traffic. Earnhardt has moved from 28th to 13th among those injured drivers. And Bill Elliott has come from a 33rd starting position. Elliott is now running in 17th. There's Mark Martin. There's his bio and car number 6. Mike Skinner started 34th, and he's still 34th on the field. Take a look at Bill Elliott back here. See how he's doing. He's running in 17th spot. He's trying to close on Ted Musgrave in 16th and Chad Little in 15th. Broken hand, broken wrist, back that is in bad shape as we watch Bill Elliott in number 94 game.
And his dad went to the hospital this week in Texas for brain surgery. He's got cancer, and Bill was down there. George is doing better. We're glad to hear that.
All three brothers were with their dad, and we hear that the operation was a success. Good luck to the Elliots. Take a look at what has happened to Bill Elliott the last couple of races. Red flag indeed. That there is the Tabasco car. Todd Bodine's car. Trouble, and right behind it, there goes Elliott in the 94 up on top of Dale Earnhardt. That was a hard one.
This is in California again. Dale Jarrett lost the motor just in front of him. Not a record that he had anything to do with. He is in the wrong place at the wrong time.
2 weeks in a row, 2 very high-speed racetracks. Hammer on into the wall with the nose first, upside down, fire both times. This is one brave young man to be out here at all. Mind running as hard as he's running.
And that Tabasco car where that incident first happened at Talladega is running just behind him right now. Todd Bodine running right behind that car. Well, Ricky Rudd's moved in there for the moment. He was there a second ago. They continue to swap positions. Bill Elliott in the number 94. He's always a story. So much appreciated. So much favorite of fans all over America. Alan Bestis can give you more about it.
Again, I just talked with the McDonald's team, asked him how Bill was doing. They said he has not complained at all about his injuries slowing him down, hasn't said a word. They said his voice sounds good and strong on the radio, so they consider no news to be good news as far as Elliott going the 600 miles tonight is concerned.
22nd position car is about to go a lap down. 22nd. Hamilton and Darrell Waltrip as that number 6 continues to mow through the field.
Yeah, they're complaining they're having Hamlin problems. He's having Hamlin problems. The rest of these guys are really having some trouble. You can see right there, though, Presley and Hamilton shot back by him down the front straightaway there. Mark is being extremely careful right now. His race car is good. He knows he has a winner. He does not have to force the issue.
Presley had gone a lap down. Now he makes it back up another time in the 77. There's Hamilton in the 4. 143 completed laps.
But when that happened, look at Jeff Gordon take the outside of the racetrack. Rim riding around the racetrack here, trying to move in on Mark Martin.
Martin edges down the main straightaway. Clears Hamilton, clears Presley. A little bit of a break for Darrell Waltrip, who stays in that lead lap, running now in 21st.
The worst thing you can have is a loose race car and having to run low on the racetrack like Mark Martin did to get by Robert Presley just then. It makes the back of the car try to pull out.
They tried to get Terry Labonte in, and they now have him in. I thought there was a report that there might have been some oil coming out of that car. Here's a battle further back for 9th position. You've got Schrader going up against Sterling Marlin in the number 4.
There's another of those guys that's looking for the $1 million bonus.
You see two distinct grooves right now. Right on the bottom, Kenny Schrader. Way up high there, Sterling Marlin. Just behind him, Dick Turkle.
Schrader's one of the most active race drivers in America, and incredibly, yesterday they announced he's going to race still some more. They're starting up a Busch Grand National team, going to run 10 more races this year. Trying to wonder where Schrader gets the time to run all these dirt tracks all over the country. Winston Cup, now Busch Grand National. The guy just loves to race. If they could race 7 nights a week, Schrader'd be there all 7 nights.
Let's check on the No Bull 5 in this race and see how they're doing at the present time. Rusty Wallace going for that $1 million bonus is 5th. Bobby Labonte is in 7th. Schrader is in 8th.
And there's Earnhardt in 13th spot. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to money, Dale Earnhardt's always there, isn't he? I'd be surprised if when this year finishes, if Earnhardt hasn't won at least one of those $1 million bonuses.
And Jeremy Mayfield is a lap down after he ran it on fumes on the pit road.
Well, it coasted all the way from the back straightaway, and when these cars are going around this racetrack at close to 200 miles an hour down the straightaway, and an average of 180 miles an hour, you lose a lot of ground when you're coasting.
And one of the things you worry about under those circumstances is that situation can damage an engine. You're looking at number 2, Rusty Wallace, right here. Rusty was in the hunt at California a couple of weeks ago when the engine let go. Rusty had run out of gas as well. He thinks maybe the reason that the engine failed was exactly that he had run out of gas and hurt the motor. So we hope nothing like that happens to Mayfield.
That's 5th spot they're battling for there.
Rusty Wallace in the deuce. Boy, have they worked on that car. They came here in April. Mayfield and Wallace, they brought 5 cars and tested and tested and tested. I don't think there have been more wrenches on any single race car here during the last 10 days of Charlotte than on that number 2 of Rusty Wallace. They have just done everything imaginable to try to get all the speed out of that car that they possibly can. Here's a guy that's led 7 out of the 10 races going into tonight. He's got 5 top 5 finishes, but hasn't won any of them. He is overdue, and they put a lot of effort into making this race the one he wins.
We asked the 1990 champion his strategy for running 600 miles. And here's what Rusty said.
Let's get that thing qualified as best we possibly can up front for 2 reasons. First of all, so you don't have to burn the tires off and get into the front, and you're not back with all the problems that can happen. I guess that's 2 things. The third thing is pit selection. Let's get a good pit selection so we're not fighting every time we come into pit area, getting blocked in by another car or vice versa.
So far, so good for number 2, Rusty Wallace, who stays right there in 5th spot. Again, Burton is in 6th, Labonte is in 7th. And you've got Sterling Marlin to 8th, with Ken Schrader showing up in 9th. Joe Nemechek in that 10th position.
Rusty won this race in 1990 and 1994. He was 2nd, came all the way to 2nd from 21st. Did it again in the spring of last year, 21st to 2nd.
What about track temperature here? Steve Burns can tell us more.
Ken, remember at the top of the broadcast, Dick Berggren said these teams and the crew chiefs were awfully nervous about how the track was going to change tonight, scratching their heads. Well, the track temperature means everything to these guys. It's how they plan their chassis adjustments. When the race started slightly after 6 p.m., the track temperature was 94 degrees. Now, we have a gun here that can measure. Let's take a look at what the asphalt's reading now. You can see it's already dropped 6 degrees here on the track temperature.
How much more will that go down, buddy, as we get into more of the darkness this evening?
Well, it'll just keep getting cooler and cooler. And what happens there, you hear people talking about the car pushing. What happens is the rear wheels actually hook up better, and the front wheels are free rollers. So you have 740 horsepower trying to push the nose of the car, and it makes it much tighter. So as they go along, they'll loosen these cars up when the track gets slicker.
Because if they just left them alone, the cars would get tighter and tighter and tighter, and that's what you would expect. But that's the trick, isn't it, buddy? Try to loosen the car up just the right amount and not too much.
Just the right amount, because the surface itself is going to get much, much better.
Randy Pemberton standing by with who was a true player in this race.
Well, Terry Labonte back in the garage area again. Why now?
Well, the first time we had a wheel bearing go out in the left front, and so we changed the spindle assembly and everything, went back, and actually the same thing happened again. So I don't really know why. It's the same thing we run race every weekend, but it's too bad. Our Kellogg Chevy was running good tonight. The guys were doing a great job in the pits, and I thought we were going to have a decent finish. And I think we're going to finish early now.
We talked a lot about track conditions, Terry, and how they may change or what they're like. What was it like out there?
The track was in good shape. It was a little bit tighter at the start than I thought it was going to be, but it was in good shape.
Darrell Waltrip's fighting with everything he has to stay in the lead lap. That #1 car is running in 20th position. Here's Mark Martin working on the bottom again. Pretty good battle there just to stay up in front. We'll be back with more in a moment.
How come the 24 is running so high all the time, buddy?
He can't hold it down. What he's doing right now, he's taking some of the pressure off the race car itself and running a higher line. It's gonna have benefits later on. But he can run low if he needs to, as you well see.
Yep.
What he does, he cools the tires a couple of laps.
Of course, he seems to be running low in 1 and 2 and high in 3 and 4.
Let me check him out here.
Yeah, let's watch and see if he does that.
Yep, you're exactly right. That may not be real smart. But
Let's see if he does it again in 1 and 2, stays down low. Well, BW's fighting to keep his car on the lead lap, isn't he? See this, buddy?
Who are you talking about running high in 3 and 4?
The 24, but he's running low.
Listen, they told me last year that that's the way he beat Rusty Wallace. You guys might have been up there in a booth. They said that he brings it to the bottom in the middle of 3 and 4 and lets it slide up the race right towards the wall. He's one of the only guys out here that does it.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
He's not doing that, though. He's running a high line all the way through 3 and 4.
That ain't what he did. Okay, I got you.
Allen's in the 40 pin. He's come up from 30th to the top 10. They're about 12 more laps away from the pit stop.
See him in 1 and 2. He's really getting good now.
He could use a yellow.
Gordon's a little bit better in heavy traffic. But watch this.
Hey, David. And
now
David
he
Green
pulls
is
it
going
down.
to the garage, guys.
I don't know.
We've had 2 cautions, right?
About the time you think you got it figured, huh?
2. Yep.
I think what I said a while ago, I think he runs a couple of laps up there to cool.
Who, the 24 car?
Yeah. He's a clever, now see he's high down here. He's working around.
Coming next Sunday on TBS, the premiere of NASCAR at 50. Good to go. See NASCAR like you've never seen it before as we celebrate 50 years of the greatest sport on earth. 160 laps are now complete in the 39th Coca-Cola 600, 240 miles. The battle, well, there's a good battle for first place between Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon, but just as good a battle is watching Darrell Waltrip try to stay in that lead lap, buddy.
Well, he's fighting very hard right now, but Mark Martin's closing in on him. Darrell has been putting up a valiant effort here. You can see him in the 1 car there. Mark Martin right on the white line. Jeff Gordon behind him, using some of his open wheel experience, moving around on the racetrack, trying to find that great groove so he can get up to Martin.
Let's take a look at that battle that's going on a little further back here. Here it is. There it is. There's the 22. Ward Burton in there, and a good scramble with Rusty Wallace. That's all for 5th.
Rusty Wallace still battling, trying to get that car where it's quick off the corner. He's okay getting in, but coming off the corner, he is not quite up to speed.
Good battle in there among three. Burton, Wallace, Labonte in that slugfest a little further back.
Bobby Labonte continues to run the high line, now taking that outside line to try to get a ride. Rusty Wallace in the 2 car. We're riding with that number 18 of Bobby Labonte right now. He's taking a beat on the 22 of Ward Burton as well.
On the outside as he comes off turn 4, you can see him sweeping into the dog leg here, close to 200 miles an hour as he goes through the second part of the dog leg and that down into turn 1.
And Ward Burton pits.
Number 22 on pit road, lap 162. Ward Burton on pit road. Boy, those are great pictures. You can begin to see the darkness settling over the racetrack. Take a look at the summary thus far. After 162 laps at 10 different leaders, 16 lead changes, and they're averaging 147 miles an hour. Only 2 cautions thus far, buddy. That's cracking.
I'm looking at one thing now on the computer here. They're averaging 168 miles an hour right now. That tells me the racetrack itself has gotten very, very slick. They were running 171, 172 at half the hour yesterday. So the racetrack has not started improving yet.
But it will.
Well, right now, everybody's moving around on the racetrack trying to find the fast way. As you see, Darrell Waltrip still fighting to stay in the lead lap as Mark Martin starts up under him off the corner there.
GW looks like he's driving a sprint car. He's so high, he's right up against the rail.
Yeah, he's working as hard as he can to stay up there in that lead lap. And he's worked his way to 18th position around Elliott, around LaJoy as he continues to struggle. Now he's going a lap down.
Well, I wouldn't say that. He's fighting back on the outside as he goes in there. Mark Martin drops back again. Darrell Waltrip's driving very, very hard, trying to stay in the lead lap. Martin much better in the corner, so.
Looks a lot like the DW of old, doesn't it? Competitive, strong, tough.
Just remember that Mark Martin says we're a little bit loose, guys, so being on the bottom of those race cars like that, you see Darrell Waltrip pulling back up on the outside there, trying to stay in that lead lap, and does it. He's back in front of Martin again.
43rd position to number 1, and the 6 really comes out of it that time.
That's very uncomfortable. When you say loose, that means the back of the race car is trying to pass the front. It's getting way out there, getting very loose and hard to manage, and you're actually turning right in the center part of the corner, just like if you're sliding on ice, trying to recover from the slide.
And Waltrip has proceeded to 17th spot. Around Elliott, around LaJoy. That is some run. By Darrell Waltrip, Michael Waltrip's up to 20th.
This number 22 down the bottom. Remember, he just pitted. He's got fresh tires on, so he should be faster than everybody else. But if he is, he's not much faster.
We spoke with Darrell Waltrip on how his arrangements with his new team of Earnhardt are going. Here's Darrell's thoughts.
Concentrate on driving. Stepping up, you know, pushing the gas and going fast and going fast and faster and faster and passing people. And when you have that going for you, then your confidence builds. And pretty soon you know that you can get somewhere sometime, and I believe it's going to be very soon, it could be this week, where you'll win the race. Because the car is under you, you're comfortable, and you're conscious. You're working with the crew. You're talking about things that'll help you win the race, not things that'll just help you stay in the race. And that's the big thing about right now.
Waltrip's up to 15th, and Wallace is on pit road. There's the number 2 car. In trouble, buddy.
Oh, my. He's choked down in the pits there, and the whole crew was pushing. He lost some valuable time right there trying to get it restarted.
Wow. There you see Waltrip in the number 1. He is now 12th. He's moved around Spencer in the 23, and he's really on a run.
Jeff Gordon on the pit road.
Let's go to Steve.
And they just made a chassis adjustment to the right rear of this car. 4 tires and gas for Jeff Gordon. Shane Parsnow and Mike Trower are the tire changers. Barry Muse and the jack man. 19.1 seconds for Jeff Gordon.
And away is Gordon. So now you've got the situation with Mark Martin in that number 6 car, still showing such strength here to Perkins.
Yeah, that number 24 car is having the pit stops, Kim. And I'll tell you what, that's the kind of stuff that wins races. And those Rainbow Warriors, race after race after race, are able to pull off those 17-second pit stops. In the end of a 600-miler, that will add up to be a huge benefit.
Wallace back to 29th after that lengthy stay, buddy.
See Mark Martin here. He's leading this race and driving his heart out right now. He cannot put Darrell Waltrip a lap down. Darrell's a very cagey driver, and he's been able to work traffic and keep himself in the lead lap. That's pretty important right now. If the right thing happens, a caution comes out or what have you, he goes all the way back around and still in the lead lap.
And you heard him call it, you know, keep punching that button, and that's what he's been doing. And now he's up to 13th.
He looks like Harry Gant. He's so high on the
I'll
racetrack.
take that back. With those pit stops, he's up to 9th. With the pit stops that have been taking place. Waltrip is into 9th. His brother is into 13th.
I'm afraid, though, with that high line he's running, Mark Martin's going to eventually get that track position on him there and be able to pull in front of him. Darrell's trying very, very hard, though. And this is the Darrell Waltrip I remember. The guy that moves around, gets that race car in good position, and makes the best moves he can with what he has.
Nato, the rookie, is running 43rd in the field. He was a few laps back.
Darrell Waltrip is really a reborn race driver since getting with Dale Earnhardt. Instead of having to worry about all the things that a team owner has to do, all he's got to do is focus on driving. California, a 5th, a race just before this one. And look how well Darrell Waltrip is running. Look at him go.
Everybody has had a sip of Geritol in the past 6 months as he's standing up here. What a great drive by Darrell Waltrip.
I think he knocked down a cork before the race started. This is the best we've seen Waltrip in a long time. Now he's in 8th. And he's still in the lead lap, and he's back around Mark Martin, who's been trying so hard to put him away.
And Bobby Labonte on pit road. They did make a chassis adjustment to the right of Bobby Labonte Chevrolet. Don't forget, he's trying to win $1 million here, and they had another lightning fast pit stop.
Steve Grissom's number 41 getting lapped. In hopes today, he's back in 22nd position. Number 41, Grissom.
We're fixing to see what a car with fresh tires looks like opposed to one that's been out there for a long time. Rusty Wallace just behind Mark Martin right there has made a pit stop. You can see him moving very, very fast right now. The big change will be when they head off in the corners. Watch Mark, or the 2 car there of Rusty Wallace cruise in on Mark Martin. Here comes DW. Finally had to come in the pits.
And when he comes in, he's come all the way up to 6th spot. Only guys in front of him were Martin, Benson, Nemechek, Musgrave, and Chad Little. And he's on pit road. Gee, all you got to do is get Mark Martin on the inside and Darrell Waltrip. It looks like he was energized out there for the last 20 laps.
Well, as we said, Darrell Waltrip in a nice clean stop for these guys. Excellent stop, 18-3. Wow.
As you watch Waltrip, consider that he was 5th at California. His first Super Speedway top 5 since back in '95. Whoa. Mark Martin, number 6, continuing to dominate as he has the last 10 days here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And he is showing superior fuel mileage as well. And if this race comes down to fuel, that will be valuable.
You see Rusty Wallace in front of the 6th here, about 15 car laps in just a couple of laps. Rusty Wallace had come in and took on fresh tires. Mark Martin dropped back just a little bit from him there. Fresh tires are much quicker on the speedway.
Rusty Wallace is in 17th position with that number 2 car.
Little spark there. You saw him bottom as he went through the corner.
Buddy, you talked to these guys about running at night, and now you see the lights. You can begin to see the reflection. What's it like for these folks as you've been chatting with them as they get into this time period in the race?
Yeah, and I was very fortunate. I run the first night race that Charlotte Motor Speedway had, and I must tell you, the visibility is absolutely perfect at night. You can see right here, hardly any distraction at all. As it gets darker, the fans and everything, all you see is the racing surface itself. I thought I could concentrate a lot better on my racing at night.
Well, Mark Martin is certainly concentrating now. He has said, I used to wonder why Richard Petty said the only place he could relax is behind the wheel. And Mark Martin says, now I'm beginning to understand. The only place you're alone is in the race car, and that's the place I like to be. And he's sure liking it right now as he's just licking up this field. Valvoline, number 6. He won yesterday in Grand National. He won a week ago Saturday into Winston. Incredible victory. When Jeff Gordon ran it right down. The great headline in the Charlotte Observer was Martin zooms, Gordon fumes. He needed a few more fumes to get him around.
You watch Mark Martin's hands on the steering wheel. He uses a very unique way. He was a very small guy. He's fixing to come into pits right as we speak.
Down to 45 miles an hour. That's the new speed limit. Ooh.
I'll get back to his driving style in a second. This pit stop is very, very important here.
Mark Martin is awaited by his crew. He is in the pits now. They're going to go 4 tires, slight air pressure adjustment on the right front. That's one reason he stayed out there so long. They were having big discussions on what exactly to do to tighten him up just a little bit. They don't want to change the car too much. The 4 tires being bolted on the car. It is filled up with gas. A good stop from Mark Martin. 18.4 seconds. Great stop, Randy.
Well, Johnny Benson is in. He swung the car awfully wide. Rear tire changer. Buddy Foss had to go way out around the car. He just barely got the Cheerios board in the pit box. Nonetheless, an excellent stop, 19.4.
Johnny Benson's having a whale of a night in his 600. Gordon pitted on lap 170. Martin pitted on 181. Roush cars seem to be getting better mileage. 5, sometimes 10 laps better. Most of those other leaders at the present time. Car 16, that was also in for Roush. Musgrave on lap 181, and we saw Benson in there as well on the same lap. Watching Jimmy Spencer's number 23 with these pit stops taking place, now shown as your leader in the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600, Spencer of Pennsylvania. All the way to the end on one. Say what?
Crash in the pits.
Bradbury.
He didn't hit anybody, though. He just lost it.
No, but he backed it in the wall there, and
Yes,
that
he did.
opening scared me.
Yeah, you don't want to hit that opening.
Yeah. He's going to get a 2-lap penalty there for coming in too hot.
Let's go to Gary Bradbury.
Push your stand in front of the car.
Yeah.
That's okay. I said we'll get back to that. Darrell finally went a lap down, didn't he? But he's not much of a lap down. Up, spin on the front.
Sterling Marlin. Still spinning.
You're on.
That'll bring the car.
Get it going. The leaders is coming. Leaders is coming. Hurry, 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 hurry.
Now, Darrell Waltrip can beat him back here. Keep an eye on that. That's real important for this.
Caution just came out after Sterling Marlin spun from turn 4 all the way across the grass to the start-finish line. We're at lap 186 in the Coca-Cola 600, Charlotte, North Carolina.
There he is, right there.
And there you see Sterling Marlin still running. He made a nice save.
Oh, did he ever. He was headed towards the pit wall there and spun the car around and around in the front straightaway here. Very lucky not to hit anything.
Caution number 3 at lap 186. They had an incident on pit road. Gary Bradbury coming in there scared Baker to death. He thought,
oh man, I saw that opening in the pit road there, and he was headed for it, going round and round.
Remember, we saw a sportsman car crash there and tear it right in two. Dick Fire several years ago. Let's take a look at what happened out here if we can. He's already away.
Now this is Sterling Marlin here going down into the pit. You've watched the car right here. It looks like he has it saved. Now it starts around. He hits the pavement there, headed towards that pit road.
Didn't lift the roof flaps. Bit surprising that they didn't pop up on Sterling Marlin's car.
Chad Little stopped. Flat stopped on the number 97. He'd been running 10th.
Several of the contenders on pit road right now. Rusty Wallace, the number 43 of John Andretti. Put up on Ward Burton's car.
I have a report on Chad Little. They say he passed after the caution come out, so they're making him wait, and he'll go to the long end of the longest line, most likely.
Let's go back to the very first race while we have a moment as they pick up Chad Little. 1960. Remember this one, Baker? An old memory tune here. This is when it all started. The 600 in 1960.
The Middle South has been watching progress on this track for the better part of a year. It looked as if half of Cabarrus County was being moved to build the awesome track. 30,000 cars can park here, and do. 60 men grit their teeth and tense their right legs, waiting to drive their accelerator pedals to the floor. Slovakias in car 85 and Bucky Blackburn in car 64 are spinning. Joe Lee Johnson wins it. Johnson is the first man to see the checkered flag. Joe Lee Johnson lasted to lead them all.
So, Baker, what do you remember about Joe Lee Johnson as we watch it?
There's a real driver. No rear spoilers. None of the, you know, I've been to the wind tunnel 7 times with this car. There's a man that drove the race car just as it was.
All right, 1960. Steve Burns.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon was just in. He took 4 tires. He did not make a chassis adjustment this time. He did on the last stop, but not this time. He also was complaining that he was very thirsty, so he did get some water. Let's go back upstairs.
Jeff Gordon's number 24 back out here. Major contender as he tries to win it back-to-back. He'd become, what, the 5th driver to do it. It's happened 5 times, but it's been done twice by old DW. Neil Bonnet was one of those. Some fellow named Baker way back there in the Graybeard time of this race.
Well, I can tell you this.
72 and 73,
You were probably
right?
announcing that very race,
cut it
Mr.
out.
Graybeard.
I'm afraid I was.
I'll tell you what, you go look at the record book and you see who has the most laps around this place, and it's Richard Petty. Second is Darrell Waltrip, and third is Buddy Baker.
If you want to know how these guys find their pits, you see all this right here, that lets you know where your pits are. They put the pit board out there, and that's what you drive to.
Bill Elliott out of his car, the number 94, being administered to. Gosh, you talk about grit and guts, and a nice guy to boot. You can't do better than this. Bill Elliott, driver number 94, and a reserve driver in there, right, Dick?
Yeah, it'll be Jeff Green in the car. He's practiced it. Let's get down with Alan Bestwick and Bill Elliott.
All right, Bill has just climbed out of the car. He's had an ice bag here. Bill, how you feeling? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. We decided if we got a lap down, we'd put Jeff in the car. He's done pretty good in the deal. You know, I just need to get caught up a little bit better. You know, we're still a little bit behind from the last couple of weeks, and Chris McDonald's team's done a heck of a job, but you know, Jeff did a good job the other night. I'm just going to put him in the car and let him go.
All right, Bill, get better. I know it's been a tough week for you. That's Bill Elliott. He has given way to Jeff Green. A quick update, Ken, on one other relief driving situation. The Lowe's team for Mike Skinner talked about getting him out and putting Morgan Shepherd in. They had Morgan standing by. Morgan left their pit. They can't find him to get him ready to get in the car for Skinner.
Now that's a problem. Well, we got Baker ready. He can go.
No, sir.
He's all set.
No, sir. I know you. Hey,
you were
listen.
saying you sat up here the other night and said, my gosh, I could do as well as half of these guys out there.
Let's talk about the beautiful Diamond Tower right here on the back straightaway.
And you see those lights on top of the Diamond Tower?
Yes.
They turn on every time there's a caution flag. It's another Humpy Wheeler innovation.
Oh, my.
Yeah,
Every time
can
you
see
see
'em
those
right
searchlights, yeah. Caution, caution, caution. And let me tell you what else. Mark Martin went 105 miles on a tank of gas on that last round of stops.
Whoops.
Yep. Look out, everybody else. Jack Roush used to get lousy fuel mileage, and then he went to work. Now he's got horsepower, aerodynamics, fuel mileage, Mark Martin behind the wheel. Does that sound like
cars?
Yeah, and does that sound like trouble or what?
Hey, let me ask you guys while we're under this caution, how do you feel about these big multi-teams? I'll ask Dr. Dick Berggren, Stock Car Racing Magazine, publisher, writer, always got an opinion.
Well, you know, if it works well. And the key to it is what Rick Hendrick set up when he went with the multi-car teams, where he was able to persuade his drivers, everybody got the same stuff. As long as the drivers are willing to work together, they have obviously got a tremendous benefit. In racing, it didn't used to be that way. The drivers always thought, well, somebody else has a better motor or somebody else has a better car. Hendrick showed a better way of doing it.
Let me tell you, this is not a new concept. Carl Kike, for way back in 1955, 56, had a Chrysler group, and he put together the best drivers that you could find at that time, won 52 out of 90 events. It's not a new concept. It's worked for many, many years.
And in that same period is when the Fords ran so well under DePaulo. Remember, they had top 4 finishes in 55. I mean, when they swept the top 4. So you're right. You're dead right. It isn't a new concept at all. And then there were those fabulous Hudson Hornets. Hey, we got to go back on the no bull and explain that again, buddy, to folks about what this represents. 5 drivers, there they are, the top 5 at Daytona, transfer here for $1 million bonus. As much money as Buddy Baker made, and he doesn't want to hear about it.
Listen to this.
17 years. It took him 17, right? You ran 40 or 50 races a year.
Yeah,
to make $1 million.
I guess the biggest part, I'd already won. I'd already won a couple of 600 by the time that it was 17 years into my career.
Now there they are.
There they are, boys. TBS, the Superstation.
But the guys that are running for the $1 million, there's Labonte 6th, Wallace 7th, Earnhardt 10th. Not going too well for that bonus tonight, Baker.
No, Mayfield really got injured.
We'll be back with more and see how those guys fare in the 600 as we continue. He is it.
Hey, did Martin pit?
I don't think Martin pitted on that caution flag,
I don't
did he?
think he did either.
That's a critical.
Most of the leaders didn't pit.
I was wondering because I'm looking at Earnhardt. He's a lap
20,
down. Burton.
24, 12, 94, 33, 22 all have pitted.
Yeah, 12 did. Well, the 23 pitted. We'd like to tell you about it.
Yeah, okay.
Tail end of the lead lap. This bunch right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All those cars that are in front of the 6 are all at the tail end of the lead lap. Am I correct?
That's it.
Okay.
Most of the leaders did not. That's interesting.
Say that again. All of those in front of the 6
are at the tail end of the lead lap.
Burt, Earnhardt, the other Burt,
Nemechek,
Benson,
Waltrip.
Right.
All at the tail end of the lead lap.
So they're really a half lap down. It shows them 1 lap down. They're really a half lap.
Basically, they're all this space down. Yeah. So if they get a caution flag.
I see you, Chad. Well, I can see we're starting to
There's
have
a bunch
little
of
fun
flashing
up
light.
here.
The 4th annual Goodwill Games from New York, featuring Michelle Kwan and 1,500 other great athletes in 15 sports, commences July 19th on TBS Superstation. Getting ready on a restart. Lap 193 when they come to the line with the 400 laps to be run. Pace car ready to duck in. We'll have Mark Martin in front, Spencer second, Michael Waltrip third, Jarrett Andretti, Labonte, Wallace, Gordon, and Jeff Burton. And just behind them, actually just in front of them on the start, are Earnhardt, Ward Burton, Back to Darrell Waltrip. Another 7 cars that are on the tail end of the lead lap as they truck on down into turn number 1. And Jimmy Spencer, the number 23, has that second spot as we get ready to go. What's the story on that, Randy Pember?
Well, Jimmy Spencer, believe it or not, stretched his fuel mileage just like Mark Martin did. He was running deep outside the top 10, stretched it all the way. He was getting ready to pit, came down pit road right after the caution flag came out. Steve Bird.
And Ward Burton's been on pit road 4 or 5 times with his crew chief. Chris, you pit road, what's the problem?
We got a little skip in the motors, mainly a high-speed skip, but it seems to have gotten worse since that first pit stop. We don't know if we over-revved the motor leaving the pits and broke some valve springs or what, but we're working on electrical stuff right now. We think it's more electrical than anything, but so far we haven't found anything. Probably change carburetors if we can get another quick caution.
Tough break for Ward Burton. Let's go to Allen.
Sterling Marlin's crew chief Corey Stott said they didn't damage anything on that spin that put us under caution a couple of minutes ago, but they did lose a lap. Now they have to try and fight back to get on the lead lap. They changed the tires, said no major damage. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Mark Martin's happy after that last pit stop, and what the crew's happiest about is fuel mileage. They're getting better fuel mileage than anybody else. That could be a factor in the race. One guy not happy, Ken Schrader, going for that $1 million bonus. On the last pit stop, they had lug nuts come loose on the left front. They had to come back in and tighten them up. He went from the top 10, and he's now running back at 30.
Sorting out the field is Jimmy Spencer. He has taken the lead in the number 23 from Mark Martin in the number 6. Spencer in the 23 is your new leader. There's your second place as they weave their way through the cars that are on the tail end of the lead lap. Watching Spencer. Here he comes after Bodine. That Tabasco car going a lap down. He's one of those cars that are still in the lead lap on the tail end of it as they took green.
They must have adjusted on Martin's car, or let me tell you what's happening right now to Martin. He reported a loose condition not long ago. Right now, the tires are getting cooler. The racing surface is getting better. Mark Martin is flying right at the moment.
Todd Bodine's number 35 putting up a stout battle here.
Jimmy Spencer in the 23 is your leader. Mark Martin is second. Dale Jarrett third. Andretti is fourth. Bobby Labonte is in fifth spot. And Jeff Gordon is in sixth. And there are several cars well ahead of these leaders, many of which are on the tail end of the lead lap.
And among those are Earnhardt back in 10th, Nemechek in 11th. The Jeff Burton car in 12th, Benson. Darrell Waltrip's in that crowd.
Mark Martin is right on the back bumper of Jimmy Spencer as they head down into turn 3. Right at the moment, Martin by far the quickest car on the racetrack. He is gaining up on Spencer right now as they're in heavy traffic. Traffic 3 wide off turn 4.
Whoa! He ran right over our camera. Mark Martin ran right over the camera that was planted in the infield, flattened it. That's the end of the speed shot.
You can kiss that one goodbye.
I wonder if we can send him a bill for that. What do you think?
Good night, nurse.
Well, you talk about the pass in the grass. There you are.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row. They got one yesterday. They got one today. It was good pictures for a while, folks. Here's Jimmy Spencer working on the bottom under Sterling Marlin in the number 40. Marlin shown in 15.
Well, Spencer hasn't won a Winston Cup race since 1994. He sure is looking stout today. He has been looking stout at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the last year or two. And what he has learned is patience and the ability to go into the corners more gradually, slowly, more carefully, has just come to Jimmy Spencer, and it is paying off.
Come on, Dick. Jimmy Spencer, that's as fast as that race car will run right now. When he drove for me, I had one speed for him. Wide open, and the other one was dead stop.
Well, that's not my opinion. That's Donnie Wingo's opinion. That's what he told me this morning when I asked him that exact question. How come Spencer's going better? He said he has learned the patience of getting in the turn.
Mr. Excitement has become Mr. Controlled Excitement. Come on, Bergman.
Yeah, exactly. John Andretti right there swept way up high and dropped a few positions back through the field there. He's off the pace just a little bit.
Chad Little is in 17th position. You see him working his way back through. Had a little problem on the backside. They had to reorganize him in the field. Stopped him out there. Brought him back into a proper spot.
Well, you see, Mr. Patience leading the race. And right behind him, Mark Martin, as they head down the back straightaway. He has about a 10-car lead over Mark Martin as he just bides his time.
Patience, Mr. Patience.
All right, you guys.
Jimmy Spencer's father will disown him if you start to call him Mr. Patience.
Well, I'll tell you what, a few years ago, he really didn't have any patience at all, and a fellow named T. Wayne Robertson sat him down in the truck. Robertson was the main guy with the sponsor, and he said, you got to calm down, you got to cool it. Sometimes you got to go a little bit slower to go a little bit faster.
How good is Spencer running right now? Johnny Benson had moved all the way up to the front at the first part of this race, about to go a lap down to Jimmy Spencer.
14th position, Benson. Want to see the camera get run over again, Baker?
I know the truck does. They spent a lot of money on this camera. Watch this.
Goodbye.
What does the camera look like when it gets boom?
Well, we've seen the pass in the grass. That's the splat in the grass.
That's the splat in the grass, indeed.
And while these two duke it out right here, trying to put Johnny Benson a lap down, Jimmy Spencer on the inside, Mark Martin, a teammate to Johnny Benson, moves to the high side of the racetrack.
Benson not wanting to give it up. Hanging in there like Waltrip did the last 20 laps before they came into that period on pit road. Okay, I'm so impressed with Mark Martin week after week. And I think that working out, all that physical training that he's given himself, when you get into a race like this, it counts for a lot.
I'm pretty impressed with Jimmy Spencer right now. He's caught up in a pretty horrible situation at the moment. He's behind one car, and you see Kenny Wallace there, 81 on the outside. He's really bottled up right now. Mark Martin is working the quarterfinals over, trying to get by him.
23 and 6, first and second respectively. That's Jimmy Spencer in first, and right with him comes Mark Martin, and just behind him, Dale Jarrett in the 88 is third. The field split in half. They have about 7 or 8 cars on the tail end of the lead lap when that green came out. So they've got some really stout competition to work their way through to try to put them a lap down. For instance, here's the 36. This is Ernie Irvin's car going a lap down. And again, that Cheerio car of Benson is pulled around it. Benson not wanting to give this up. Let's find out from Jimmy Spencer's crew chief how this is working out.
Well, Donnie Wingo's sitting here. They're having an argument in the booth as to whether or not Jimmy Spencer is a more delicate driver than he used to be. Is he?
Oh, yeah, he's a little bit. He's a lot more patient. He's trying to be real patient right now with all the traffic. But trying to hold Mark off now is going to be tough. Mark's pretty strong, but we're going to do all we can do.
Hey, he answered your question right there.
Yeah,
he definitely is more patient.
Definitely, as he blows off a guy that won the Daytona 500. He looks like a Pennsylvania snowblower just ripping through this field right now. Jimmy Spencer's having it his way. Here comes that number 36 back around another time.
Not quiet. Here comes Mr. Patience on the inside, trying to put Ernie Irvin a lap down.
He's going to hurt his reputation and a whole lot of goods over there in the concession area. We'll be back. We've got a car on pit road. The 22 is in, Ward Burton. More on that in a moment.
Boy, here I am in the middle.
Don't you like it, though? I mean, that's just some fun.
Well, I'll stick
this is a good battle right here.
I'll stick with what it said. I think he's a lot more patient than
I
ever was.
There ain't no question about that. But right now, he's not being patient. He's running his tongue out.
This is a good race right here.
You know that Mark Martin.
That's
Mark Martin's in trouble. We need to come back to that.
Yeah, stay with that 688 and 2, please, if you could.
Since you put it that way, huh? Because the 88's quicker than anybody, and Jeff Gordon's coming right along with him. There's your players. Ernest hard as long as he could, but it just didn't work.
Yeah. Compare that to his years in the 28 car.
I'm going to have some more fun with you just cutting up. But you know I believe what you said. For you people in the booth,
6 million people that.
What a joke. Why can't we show that? That's the first time we've been on race.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, you see him touching the brake there, LaJoy. Why is the brake light coming on? I know he might just have his left foot resting on it.
Yep.
And it's bumping. now. Down in the corner, he's using the brake. It's off. 150.
Yeah, he's still having a good run too. He's 19th.
Look at that RPM. Wow, 8,700.
Got it. Hold it, guys. We got Auto Week going. Where are you going?
Well.
Thank you. And now the Auto Week in racing. A great night of racing last Saturday as Charlotte Motor Speedway hosted NASCAR's special event, the Winston. First of 3 legs of the race, Jeff Gordon reigned supreme, but in the final moments, number 24 ran out of gas on the final lap, allowing Mark Martin's number 6 to cruise into victory lane. Martin's first win in that prestigious event. Yesterday, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, Odessa, Missouri, Tony Raines dominated the field for the 2nd consecutive year at I-70 Speedway. Call 1-800-537-1510 now for a 52-week subscription to Auto Week at the special TV price, $24.95. Every week, Auto Week is the first with all the inside news of racing, personalities, driving impressions, everything. Call now for Auto Week, 1-800-537-1510, and don't delay. This offer is limited.
Well, we had a lead change. You can see that Mark Martin now leads the race. Johnny Benson there trying to stay on the lead lap while we were away. This is the way it happened. Here's Mark Martin coming up out of the corner. Johnny Benson just in front of him. Martin takes a low look down the front straightaway through the dog leg, pulls even. Jimmy Spencer fights back on the outside as they head into turn 1. Mark Martin gets a good run down in there and closes the door on Jimmy Spencer.
Well, the question now is going to be whether Mark Martin can manage to put Benson and Earnhardt a lap down. Jimmy Spencer wasn't able to do it. He tried lap after lap, couldn't get it done.
And Rudd, Waltrip, and Presley had been up there fighting earlier. They are now a lap down. So it is that business of the number 3 car and those others.
Well, these 2 guys right here look very good, but back here, look at this battle. Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, nose to tail, and just in front of them, fastest car on the racetrack by far right now, Dale Jarrett.
Rusty Wallace is 4th, Gordon in 5th. Just in front of him, Spencer. Martin 1st, Spencer 2nd, Jarrett 3rd.
Benson's hanging tough, isn't he?
On the outside there, teammate or no teammate, he's fighting like crazy. But look at Jarrett in 3rd place right there, closing in on Spencer. 2 car lengths in that 1 corner.
327 miles complete. When they combine next time.
Whoa, Benson on the outside of Earnhardt.
You got to be impressed with Benson tonight, buddy.
Yeah, there goes Earnhardt. You see him pull over a little bit. Mark Martin had to check up. Earnhardt moved over, closed the door on him as they started off the corner. You can see Mark Martin as he drives this race car down in the corner on the outside of Earnhardt, making the pass on the outside. Earnhardt fighting very hard, trying not to lose this lap. But I tell you, the way Mark Martin's running right now, I think he's defensive.
Earnhardt 11th.
There comes Jarrett in the 2nd place by Jimmy Spencer. He's in pursuit of this 1st place for Mark Martin.
Earnhardt a lap down in 11th spot. Spencer closing it right up on the 88, 2nd and 3rd right there. Mike Hogwood down there with some fans on that number 3 car.
Yeah, Ken, here actually in the infield, which is a great place to watch the race. And I'm down here with Randy Gajewska from Kannapolis. You brought about, what, 25, 30 of your friends here?
Absolutely, man. We're ready to party. We're pulling from Dale. Hope everybody's having a good time. I think he's going to pull it off today.
Now, how's this for watching a race? A school bus painted in the Dale Earnhardt colors. You talk about loyalty to a driver, whether it's Earnhardt, there's even some Jarrett fans right next door. They are very, very loyal. Why Earnhardt?
Well, because he's the champion of all champions. When he does retire, everybody know how great of a champion he really was.
And our cameraman, David Fields, just went for the chicken. I think he wants some of that, too. It smells and looks awfully good down here. This is what enjoying the Coca-Cola 600 is all about, Ken.
And up here, this is what it's all about on the track at the present time. Rusty Wallace is in there hard, fighting with Jarrett. What a scramble for third.
Mr. Patience passed him, both of them down in the corner just a second ago on the inside. Jarrett has a very fast car, but he got caught on the outside and lost a lot of track position there. Here comes Gordon on the outside of the two-car, Rusty Wallace.
So it's Martin up in that front running spot. Then you've got Spencer, Jarrett, Wallace, Gordon in this confab right here, buddy. That's a grand fight for third spot. Third, fourth, and fifth. All running tight together just past the halfway mark in the event.
3 wide down the back straightaway, side by side. Rusty Wallace on the inside, Dale Earnhardt in the middle. Jeff Gordon in the third lane on the high side of the racetrack. Earnhardt just let him go. He realized right now that his car is not exactly right. Let him go after it.
Earnhardt falls to 12th, Benson up to 11th.
Well, we'll see what Gordon can do with this deal. This morning, Ray Evernham said he had as good a chance to win this race as any he has ever entered in his career. They feel as if this is an exceptionally strong car. The team has very much pulled together for this race. They got a good shot at it. He's running very well tonight. Jeff Gordon, that number 24.
Major contender to win it back-to-back. There you see the 6. Now you see the 23. That's first and second. Then the 88 comes through in third, followed by Gordon, followed by Wallace. That's the front of the field at the present time and the space between them.
Mark Martin never won this race. He's won in the fall. He has never won the 600.
Let's take a look again at 3 wide, buddy. They came down off that turn 2.
Yep, you can see right there, Rusty Wallace on the bottom, Dale Earnhardt in the middle, Jeff Gordon on the outside. I know what Earnhardt thought right there. You can see him ease out the throttle, say, these guys are fighting for the lead right now up near the front of the pack. Let them go, fight it out. I'll adjust and come back to fight it a little later.
And there's still a chance for him to make it up. We've seen him come from 2 laps down to win here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Dale Earnhardt, who drove his very first race here back in the 70s in that sportsman race in those days on Saturday. Now one of the great stars of the game. 3-time winner of the 600. We'll take a break and be back with more here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the man, Mark Martin, for the moment, trying to sweep the week at Charlotte.
What pitch do you want me to go to there?
23, 88.
Hey guys,
Alan's back in the garage.
Who's down there with Jarrett?
I'm getting ready to head there, but I'll be there in about 2 minutes.
He's got a very, very fast car as long as he can run where he wants to run. If he has to give any part of the groove up, he don't seem to be just dialed in quite well yet. Find out about it.
Sure.
Thank you.
We maybe also should establish that the 26 car did not go a lap down. They put some others a lap down, but that 26 is not going down.
That 97 car is hauling right now.
He is doing that. I'm looking at him too, Randy.
Right.
30 minutes free domestic calling and the World Card Plus calling card featuring participating drivers. Don't delay, call now. By Clement Chevy Max Sales for all your truck.
Oh, he did go a lap down. He did.
The buddies, yeah, they're going to show us 43 to 18, which would be 6 to 7, just so we keep that story going too.
43 and who?
43 and to the 18, and ready for Levante. coming.
Well, Bobby Levante is running the same race he ran in Atlanta. Nobody knew he was there, and all of a sudden, boom, he just took right on off.
Yeah. Well, we need to bring that back. And you're right.
A promotional fee and consideration have been paid by the following. By LCI. Race fans new LCI residential long-distance customers receive 30 minutes free domestic calling and the World Card Plus calling card featuring participating drivers. Don't delay, call now. by Clement Chevy Max Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement. By Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, IndyCar, and the World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer needs. And by LA West Luxury Vans, the world's ultimate sport utility vehicle. Call now, 1-800-786-VANS.
231 laps complete, 346.5 miles. Looking a little further back in the field, there's John Andretti in the 43. He's running in 6. And as you widen out here, you'll find Bobby Labonte running in 7. That's the interval coming up between 6th and 7th. There's Labonte in the green car, high on the track as they wheel through turns 3 and 4.
This reminds me of the race that Bobby Labonte ran in Atlanta. Nobody knew he was on the racetrack, and all of a sudden, boom, there he was, and he took the lead and won the race. Bobby Labonte, a very, very mature race car driver in long races.
9 seconds down to the leader, Mark Martin, in number 6. Riding with Bobby Labonte there for a moment. He's got Kenny Schrader coming up on the inside. Schrader is back in the 16th position. Schrader, one of those cars, now a lap down. They've really sorted this field out. Alan Bestrick is standing by with one of the young drivers who you're going to see as a major factor in this race in years to come.
Ken, only a couple of drivers in the garage. Unfortunately, Elliott Sadler is one of them. Elliott, what happened?
Well, something let go in the drivetrain tonight, but I think we had a pretty good run going. We were learning a little bit, learning. The team was working good together first time on pit stops, and we were getting better on lap times and starting to race with some of these guys and actually having a good time and put on a good show for OP and Tanner Club. And we're glad for those guys to come on board with us tonight for this big event. I was kind of hoping to see if I could last 600 miles, but it didn't last with us tonight. But we'll try to get him on at the next one.
All right, Elliott, tough luck tonight. David Green is also out of the race with an engine problem, Ken.
Great young star, Elliott Sadler. Going to hear a lot about him in the future. A lot of folks say that he's got the makings to be a good one. Meanwhile, we got a good battle in second spot.
It's been decided. Dale Jarrett moved to the outside. Mr. Patience pulled over. As you said, Dick, he shows a lot of maturity right now. He realizes right now he's not quite as quick as Dale Jarrett. Did not put up a great fight going in the corner. You see his line's very good, but Dale Jarrett, in my opinion, is one of the fastest cars on the track at this moment.
And you know, you're dead right. That talk between the late T. Wayne Robertson and Jimmy Spencer was so important. Spencer has said we talked about some stuff we need to do, and he said, I feel like I'm driving as good as I can drive, and he said, you just got to have more patience. You got to be extra patient. Take the time when you're around other cars and don't get in any conflicts. And he just did exactly that. T. Wayne probably was looking down on this one.
Probably was. T. Wayne passed away this spring in a boating accident. We sure do miss him. He's had an enormous impact on the sport of big league stock car racing.
Out of the race thus far, David Green, Elliott Sadler, both engine problems. Hey, that's not many folks out of a race base.
No, it is not. We've had several cars get a little bit of body damage. As a matter of fact, Jimmy Spencer, earlier in the race, spun coming off turn 4, did a little damage to the nose of the car, and the left front fender just behind the wheel there has a little bit of damage, as you can see right there, but does not seem to hurt the performance of the car at all.
Well, if history repeats, when the checkered flag falls on this thing, there will be a lot more cars in the garage area. This race has a history of a lot of cars failing to finish. It is an incredible grind, 600 miles. If you look, in fact, at the last 12 races that have been run here at Charlotte, about a quarter of the field is in the garage when it's all done and over with. It's over 10 cars that drop out.
Hey, has anybody seen Morgan Shepherd? Hello? An all call for Morgan Shepherd. We got a replacement for Bill Elliott among the injured drivers. Jeff Green has stepped in for Bill Elliott, and they were looking for Morgan Shepherd to step in for Skinner. I wonder if they found him yet.
Well, of course, by the same token, Skinner said this morning if the car was running well, he was going to stick with it. If it wasn't running so well,
trouble in the front straightaway. Jeff Bodine sliding round and round.
Gordon going underneath.
Down underneath. Jimmy Spencer on the brake. See, right by.
I got to tell you, great move by Spencer. There was a time when he would have been in that thing. He really got the binders on.
Bodine with flat tires up front and some damage to the front valence of the car, but other than that, he gets out of that scrape pretty easily, given what could have happened.
And it sure looked like it was going to happen. He had that car left and right. He could have taken it either way. Sooner or later, it would have found the wall, and he made a great recovery. Jeff Bodine in the number 7. Eases it down in. Doesn't want to tear that up. Tires are gone. Take another look here.
Jeff Bodine comes off turn 4, just loses control. You see the back of the car trying to come around. He makes 2 or 3 corrections. All of a sudden, it gets away from him. Watch Jeff Gordon go through the grass right there, enter the racetrack just below Bodine, staying out of harm's way.
The oldest of the Bodine brothers, showing what experience means. His 15th start here. That was a real save.
You can see him right there. He's getting it back straight, makes several corrections. Now watch the back when it really swings right there into the grass on the front straightaway. Starts back around, goes back out in the racing surface. There goes Gordon on the inside.
Third place car, number 24. And you saw Spencer really slow down not to get collected in that one. We'll take a break and be back with you shortly. 240 of 400 laps have been completed in the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte.
Can't.
Yeah. Yep.
Now he's back in the fight.
Yes, he is.
All elite.
And Burton is back, right? He's that 99 is in there too.
Rusty's not. No. Oh, gosh, no.
No, you're right. You're right.
No, Rusty's going to come out of this thing as the leader. He had a great pit stop.
Dale Jarrett goes out in 3rd, it looks like, of that group. We're 41 laps past halfway.
Tell you what, the first round of stops, Rusty went in 6th, came out first. This one he went in 5th and came out. That pit crew, we need to do that. That pit crew is really helping him.
Robin
and company.
And
boy, what a great shot. Yeah. Ooh, I love that. That is nice. Beautiful. That is.
Oh, there's a caution reminder from the Diamond Tower.
Live Charlotte Motor Speedway. Beautiful shot off that second turn. Here's number 2, Rusty Wallace, now leading the affair. Gordon in 2nd. This is the activity moments ago down on pit road. Martin on top. Then you see Jarrett and Gordon all making their pit stops here. And as they roll out, guess who's there first? You saw it, number 2, Rusty Wallace, breaking off pit road.
And that's the second time that's happened tonight that Rusty has gone in 5th and come out first. That pit crew is really getting the job done. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, this 88 team of Dale Jarrett is a classic example of when this track changes at Charlotte. Some cars start getting a lot better, and the Jarrett car has gotten a lot better, but they haven't stopped working on it. They took a round of wets out. They're continuing to try to loosen it up, anticipating the track changing even more as this race progresses. Now to Steve Burns.
Well, Mark Martin was just in for service. No chassis adjustment to the 6 car. They did change tires, all 4 tires, and they also changed the windshield. Not exactly. This is a tearaway piece. This is an adhesive that goes on the windshield. They just ripped it right off, threw it in the trash. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Rusty Wallace said on that last run of the race since the previous pit stop, his car was just about perfect. It just got a little bit tighter as the race went on, meaning it didn't want to turn as good in the corners. A great pit stop by the crew has him with the race lead. He says, I hope the car stays just as perfect now. Let's go to Randy Pemberton.
A sigh of relief down here in the Cheerios Ford pit with crew chief Steve Neal. They made an air pressure adjustment. They went up 1 pound in the right front to try to tighten up Johnny Benson. After he drove his heart out to stay on the tail in the lead lap, guys, he is now back in this ball game, back upstairs.
And he is 11th, and he is in that lead lap. Just in front of him is Burton, and that's the 99 Burton. Jeff Burton follows, rather in front of him is Nemechek. In front of him is Michael Waltrip in the lead lap. Here's your before and after. Mark Martin back to 4th after that pit stop. Oh, boys. Now, where is Ward Burton? Ward Burton, who's a great outdoorsman.
That bird's got the hiccups. I don't care.
That's probably his head pop. I hope it's not nesting. I hope it is not nesting down there. Crazy to see.
That may be the only live creature in North Carolina that didn't buy a ticket for this place. Look at this. Sitting right by the edge of the racetrack. I hope he leaves soon.
Oh, my.
Scoring down on pit road, keeping track of how they're getting in and out down there. Randy?
This is Alan Bestwick down in the Rusty Wallace pit with Robin Pemberton. Robin, great stop by your guys. What's Rusty saying about your car?
We've just been fighting a little tight all night long. We've been adjusting. We made a big step with the last adjustment, and hopefully the next time we can adjust some more and be a little bit better. But guys have done a great job. The engine guys over at Larry Wallace has done a great job, and you know, just see what happens.
Brag on your pit crew for a little bit. They've been great.
Oh yeah, the guys have done a great job. Earl had to have knee surgery after the California race, so he was out last week. And you know, we got backup jack man here, Scott Robinson, still probably one of the best in the business. And when you got a good bench, it makes it easy to make decisions about, you know, what you have to do on race night.
So Coach Pemberton watching his car lead the Coca-Cola 600 right now.
Thanks, Alan Bestwick. Rusty Wallace in front, 39 races without a win. The 90 champion in this event.
You know, they were talking about Jackman Earl Barb, he has done an accelerated rehabilitation program so he could be back here tonight and help this team out. He's doing about 3 hours of therapy a day, riding a bicycle since surgery. Right around 3 weeks ago, he's ridden over 200 miles on a bike to get himself in shape so he could jack that race car tonight.
Let's take a look at some of the events that have happened here at Charlotte in the past 10 days. It's been an exciting time here. Speed Week kicked into high gear. The official time for this Speed Week started on Tuesday night. Downtown, big parade. Some of NASCAR's top drivers dropped by. On Thursday, Unical hosted a party with David Letterman. Well, sort of. This Letterman was a look-alike. Warmed up the crowd with his signature monologue and then introduced an appreciative audience to the real Jeff Gordon. Friday night's charity ball and auction raised money, and they've raised over $1 million, I believe. There's Smokey Unick complete in tuxedo for Speedway Charities, which benefits children all over the Charlotte, North Carolina area. A lot of unique and special folks there, like Bobby Allison. They had a lot of items up in their auction and so forth that night. Folks by to check out the merchandise. Just a few blocks away, race fans poured into Speed Street. 6-block festival downtown. 3-day event with live bands, NASCAR drivers, autographs, the whole works. They saw their idols. Grand Funk Railroad knocked their socks off last night, complete with fireworks on the stage and in the air. Great night.
You're wondering if Charlotte likes its auto racing. They shut downtown down for that thing.
Well, it used to happen when Baker was around too, but for far different reasons. As I remember the stories, but oh, it's too late. We're ready to go back to green.
We're riding with Randy LaJoie on the restart. 9,000 you can see as he goes up through the gearbox there. 8,000 as he starts into high gear. He's 7,000 right now going into turn 1. You see 150 miles an hour in heavy traffic as he goes through turns 1 and 2. Now watch this baby climb down this back straightaway. 175 miles an hour, 8,500, Well, right at 8,700 down through there and 185 miles an hour.
Great pictures as they come back to speed and complete a lap at the Charlotte Motor Speedway with Rusty Wallace in command. Wallace has said bravery is not what wins races. A smart race driver wins races. You have to be aggressive, but you can't be aggressive and stupid at the same time. He's up in front. Gordon ready to try and take it away. Jarrett's in third. Mark Martin is back in fourth. And Jimmy Spencer lies fifth with Andretti sixth, Labonte seventh. I think Walter doing a good job in eighth right now.
Sure is.
Closing ground. Gordon moving in. Look at that bump in turn number one. That really unsettles him.
The first couple of laps before they get the air pressure back up in the tires like they're supposed to be, the drivers tell me the cars move around quite a bit. You can see Jeff Gordon's car a little tail happy as they went into turns 1 and 2. As the tire pressure builds up, as these cars go through the corners, the tires heat up, gets more air pressure in it, and they drive much better after 2 or 3 laps.
Top three bunched together. Wallace leading. Rusty Wallace, what does winning the Coca-Cola 600 mean to a driver?
The 600 miles is a milestone. It's hard to win a 600-mile race. And when you win and you beat them pretty hard, that feels good. Although, I will tell you, if you lead all day long back and forth and you're racing another cat all day long back and forth and that guy's leading you, he's just passed you with 5 to go, let's say, okay? And you're going in, you took the white flag, you're going into turn 1, and he drifts a little high, you get underneath him, and you win it with a half lap to go. That gives me more satisfaction than it does just sitting out there all day long by myself.
Well, I tell you what, Rusty Wallace is doing a great job. Watch him bring the car down on the bottom part of the racetrack. Jeff Gordon unable to stay low. Here comes Dale Jarrett on the bottom side trying to take second away from Gordon.
Wallace knows about winning. Won here in 1990 in a great battle with Bill Elliott. Here's Gordon back on the inside and not finding running room. Out to the outside moves Jarrett. Running for the million tonight. Rusty Wallace is in front. He can collect an extra $1 million, and that no bull 5 if he can stay there. One of the top 5 at Daytona, and a lucky fan could collect $1 million as well. Lock riding on that red spoiler on the back of number 2. 1 of 5 allowed to carry it tonight.
Ken, did you see what Dale Jarrett did? He passed Jeff Gordon in a draft on the outside there. That shows a lot of muscle. As they said, Jarrett gets stronger and stronger as the race goes. He is clearly a fast race car right now, but so is Rusty Wallace there. Never giving up, working on every pit stop. But Jarrett right now seems to, watch when he gets in the corner here, the high groove seems to be working very well for the 88.
The 90 winner on the inside now, and a high on the track, the number 88, the 96 winner going at it of this 600. And here comes Gordon back into it.
Well, Rusty says that he gets satisfaction out of racing with people in order to win the thing. He is going to get a lot of satisfaction if he can pull this win off tonight. He has got his hands full.
15 car links back in fourth spot is Mark Martin. Down to the inside comes Wallace. Again holding off. The number 88. 88 back on the outside.
He cannot hold off Jarrett at all. Jarrett to the high side there. Rusty fights back on the inside as they head down through the dog leg. Jarrett clearly in the lead now.
First time tonight that Dale Jarrett has carried his Ford colors up in front. Back comes Wallace another time.
Boy, Jarrett gets a great run in the center part of the corner. Rusty Wallace earlier in the race couldn't get off the corner. Has that fixed right now. Here is where Jarrett is really strong. Getting into turn 3. You'll see his car right here move ahead of Wallace as they go out into turn 3.
And there's a fourth guy that has just joined the party. Mark Martin and the number 6 is right in there as well.
Clear all around.
Top
Clear.
4 in a bundle.
Whoa, getting close. Man.
You're watching lap 256 live on TBS. 4 of the greatest racing drivers in America at it, strong to win the 600. Wallace with the incentive of an extra $1 million, now falling back as Mark Martin pulls up on the inside. The battle's for third, and Martin, who was led and dominated for a while, is pulling up. Meanwhile, for the lead, look at this. Jeff Gordon puts that Chevrolet in front of 3 Fords.
3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Fords. 3 Boy, all I had to do was talk about how good Jared's car was working. Here comes the 24 right now. Jeff Gordon, very, very strong. Mark Martin has made the pass now, and he's clearly in third place.
It is a battle of champions. The defending champion of the 600. He's up on the point right now. There's Gordon, the 96 winner of the 600. Right behind him, Dale Jarrett. And back there, nestled in fourth spot, number 2, Rusty Wallace. He's shown he has it to be up there. Can he climb back to the top? There's still plenty of time. 257 laps are now complete in this 600. That brings us to 385 of the 600 miles.
The entire crowd is on its feet. You look up in the grandstand in these shots, no one, absolutely no one is sitting down.
How can you with racing as great as this?
Man, this is really what stock car racing is all about. So competitive.
Well, Jeff Gordon's done it again. He's pulled back around. Remember when he was 22 years old and he won this race? And he thanked Ray Everham, and he thanked that pit crew for the brilliant job they did. And again tonight, they kept them in the hunt. If you don't have a good team on pit road, you can write it off. At the speeds they're carrying around this mile-and-a-half track, it's won and lost in the pits time after time. But right now, it comes down to driver against driver, and that's why every seat here at Charlotte is sold out to see a battle like this.
And he is so good, especially in this event at Charlotte. Coming into tonight's race, he had led 242 laps here at Charlotte, 201 of them in this event. Won it in 1994, won it in 1997, 4 poles in a row. Gordon in the lead again at Charlotte.
We're into the early stages of a tire change. The Fords have been very, very strong. We have a Chevrolet, a Ford, and a Pontiac right now.
Well, Pontiac has been struggling. They've only won this race a couple of times. They've got a crack at it tonight. They have some very good cars still very much in the hunt. We'll talk about that in just a moment. We're going to have to take a break and then be back with you as we watch that battle continue between the leaders, Jeff Gordon, and right now in second spot, Dale Cherry, but it could change.
Hey, race fans, Budweiser asked, who won? May 25th, 1997, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon in car 24 started from the pole, but by the end of lap 1, the Budweiser Chevrolet of Ricky Craven and number 88 with Dale Jarrett aboard were side by side for the lead. Shadowing the leaders was car number 33 of Ken Schrader, winless since 1991. He put his car into the lead on lap 28. Dale Earnhardt in car number 3 had to work his way to the front from 33rd starting position. But who won? Take a look at the contenders. The answer is coming up.
Yeah, good idea. You got a graphic on it? This is the perfect time to do it, too. This is the time to pop Motegi.
Can we do the first 3 and then go on the money? This is tightening up. We're going to have a big, big fight here for the lead. I want to yell.
This thing's really good to do.
He's racing, I'd say. Now racing.
Rusty's dropping back.
With Irvin, too. Irvin's in 16.
Well, we have in the top 5 right now 2 of the no bulls.
I need a date. I had it here. I had it here.
Okay, tell him just hold off. Stay right where he's at. He's trying to mess our show up. Just looking forward now.
Here we go. Here we go.
Now we're getting in there. The tires are getting hot. And these, look at this.
Look at this.
Oh, I'm telling you, boys, that Chevrolet is tough, but when those Fords get a few miles on them and the tires start getting a little bit slick,
At the end of the night, it was Jeff Gordon celebrating in victory lane. Driving on the edge of control, Dale Earnhardt finished 7th after starting 33rd. A broken rear end in the Budweiser Chevy ended Ricky Craven's night in spectacular fashion. A pit road penalty sent early leader Dale Jarrett back in the field. With his competition depleted, Jeff Gordon cruised to his 2nd win in this 600-mile classic. Who Won was brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you.
Who's going to win is the issue here. Are you ready for this? Take a look at what happened just moments ago. Lap 267.
down the back straightaway, Mark Martin leads. Dale Jarrett runs up on the back of the car. Is Mark Martin strong? Down to the bottom. He goes by Jarrett. Watch how easily he makes this look as he goes by Gordon. Pulls back in the lead. What a race car, what a move.
From 3rd to 1st, got them both.
Gordon held on in 2nd. Take a look a little further back. Here's Kenny Schrader's number 33, running in 17th spot. Right there with him, Earnhardt. That was a fight for 16th, actually.
Yeah, and that little war has been going on for about 10 laps to it. A good battle it has been.
And Waltrip wants to get into that one, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of orange spoilers you can see right there. These guys are going for the no bull $1 million bonus that we're looking at there. Right at the moment, they're not faring that well.
Yeah, there's 16 spots out of where it counts. Waltrip's right there with him as well. Kenny Irwin, rookie candidate for 1998, is not in this race. What a story he is. Mike Hogwood has it.
He's here in Dale Jarrett's pit. This is killing you.
This is, you know, I'd much rather be learning out on the racetrack than in the pits, but the 88 car sure is running good tonight, and you know, I'm just here trying to support him.
How strong is he? You are very close with Dale Jarrett and the team. You know what they have. Does he have it tonight?
I think he does. They're just fine-tuning it, and every time they come in, it's just small changes, so that tells me they're pretty good.
Well, you won't see many more 600s without that man, Kenny Irwin. To Steve Burns.
And Mike, we're with Ricky Craven. We mentioned at the top of the show, Randy LaJoie's filling in. Ricky, first things first, how's your health? When can we see you back?
I'm doing good. You know, it's awfully tough to set out for 2.5 months. And I'm missing one of my favorite races here, but Randy's doing a great job for the team. And I'm going to be back in about a month. I feel like I could be back next week. I want to be back next week, but we're going to play it cool, get everything in order, be back for the Daytona race in July.
By the way, we should mention happy birthday to you, Ricky.
Oh, gosh, you're right. 32 today. Son of a gun.
All right, well, hurry back. Let's go back upstairs.
32 indeed today. And it's also the birthday of Paul Ann. All kinds of folks have birthdays on the Memorial Day weekend. How about that? The rookies in the race. Kevin LePage is now 39th, and Nadeau is running 41st. So in the rookie battle at the moment, LePage would have the better finish.
This is Randy LaJoie. You're looking straight back at his face as he goes down in the corner. You can see him turning into the corner there. A lot of wind going in around the screen there on the left side of the driving compartment. Randy's going at it here. He's trying his heart out.
18th position.
Harlan's pretty good, though. He's hardly moving that steering wheel going through the corners. No need at all to wrestle it.
Oh, Johnny Benson got a little bit loose. He and Earnhardt have really had a war here for the last couple of laps. You see Johnny Benson on the inside there trying to put Earnhardt down.
And LaJoie is trying to catch Earnhardt. They are in the same lap and running each other at the present time. That's a good battle. 17th spot. Earnhardt trying to fight off LaJoie. And here's LaJoie down on the inside. And they're nearly 3 wide into the main straightaway. LaJoie has the makings with the Hendrick car. Picks it up. Gets himself that Earnhardt position. Takes over 17. Earnhardt to 18. Take a look a moment ago. Some of that other action out here.
Gordon on the outside. You see Dale Jarrett on the outside as they come through the dog leg as they head down towards turn 1. Jarrett on the outside. Gordon just kind of rolls out of the throttle and says, go ahead. I'm beginning to not handle quite as well as I was just a few laps back.
And there's still plenty of time. 275 laps complete of the 400 to be run. 412.5 miles, and there's the interval between first and second, number 6 and number 88.
I hate to say it, but I think Mark Martin's putting a yo-yo on them. Every time he looks in the mirror, they close up a little bit. He says, I think I'll go to the bottom of the string here. He just pulls
NATO
away.
crashing.
Crash down the back straightaway.
The rookie, NATO, spinning off turn 2. Yellow is out. That would be for number 5.
The car was already beat up from an earlier incident yesterday. The hood flew up in the final practice session. Smashed the roof in, smashed the hood all up. You'll remember this weekend.
Lap 277 on your marker. 277 to putting it out. Here's Martin bringing the field by. Jarrett there. Mayfield's swinging across the line.
Mayfield was trying to make up his lap that he's down, a couple of them, and couldn't do it. He didn't beat them back to the line, so he'll have to go back now.
Let's look at it. 5th caution coming up.
Oh, he gets a little bit of help. Derek Cope there in the 30 looked like he got into the back of the 13, and they do, and you can see it turn him right around. Sometimes you get a good run off a corner like that. You don't mean to do it. You just get into the car in front of you, and it turns them right around.
And he sure didn't get an uncomfortable view of all the rest of those cars heading at him. Here's Nadu backwards at about 170 miles an hour.
And back on pit road. Hesselhurt. He's had one top finish this year in that rookie scramble. He's running many laps down. He's shown as 212. Front of the field at 277.
But he's definitely a good one. You know, he's in the process of learning what this is all about. Let's remember Jeff Gordon back in '93 when he was a rookie. Crashed and crashed and crashed and crashed. No, he didn't crash at all.
Pits are open, and here comes the lead bunch down pit road now.
Critical pit stop right now, down to 45 miles an hour as they hit the white line, and they are in. Spencer first, 99 first, Benson. Watching those top 3 runners as they approach their pits. Let's go down to the action.
And Jeff Gordon into the 24. They just made a slight chassis adjustment to the right rear. Jeff Gordon saying the car was good going into the corner, but loose in the middle. Another good stop. Let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Rusty Wallace is in a little trouble on the left rear. He got out with the lead last time. He's not going to get out with the top spot this time. So Rusty Wallace, 4 tires, and he's away.
Martin, Labonte, Gordon rolling out, and just in front of them you see what, the 88 there? That's where the drama was on pit road, and that's how fast it happened. The track position being so important. Dale Jarrett seems to have that advantage as they roll back onto the track.
Well, the way this works, according to NASCAR rules, the cars on the lead lap get the opportunity to pit first. So that's what you have just seen. All the cars in the lead lap have pitted. Now, next time around, the cars that are not on the lead lap, they get their opportunity to pit.
So who do you think shown us everything they had? Was that move by Martin, buddy? Is that move what we were expecting for late in this race when we saw him sweep those 2 guys away?
Well, it wouldn't make me feel any better if he passed me like that. I'm going to tell you right quick. But the one thing you have to remember, those are the greatest crew chiefs in the world, and they're still working on these cars and making adjustments. It's not over yet.
If you remember the caution before this one, Johnny Benson was on the tail end of the lead lap, got his lap back. He had to fight through traffic all through that green flag segment. Used up his tires pretty good, but he was getting a little bit loose. So they came in, bolted on 4 new Goodyear Eagles, two rounds down on the track bar to try and tighten them up. To Mike Hogwood.
Dale Jarrett's crew had a great pit stop, as you saw. He got out on the track first. They made a slight air pressure adjustment, loosened him up just a bit. But Dale has cautioned his team that he would rather be tight than loose. He likes the car the way it is, so they made a very small adjustment.
Let's go back to that amazing pass by Mark Martin a moment ago.
Y'all don't mind, let me talk about this. Martin in 3rd place there, the 6th car, down below Jarrett. Makes it look so easy. Your race leader there, 24, Jeff Gordon, he goes by him like they're putting on the brakes to let him go. I'll tell you what, you want to take the air out of a race car driver, make a move like that. That's the best way in the world.
All right.
That is demoralizing. Ward Burton has been back on pit road with the hood up yet again. He started on the outside of the front row, has made repeated stops in the pits for engine trouble.
Here you see Mark Martin. He loves this racetrack. Mark Martin has said racetracks are supposed to be high bank like Dover, Bristol, Talladega, and Charlotte. If you want to run on something level, why don't you go drag racing? We'll be back in a moment.
Who are you talking to, me or Ken? Oh. Yes. I think you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. We ought to bring that up. Yeah. Oh, you'll do fine. Well, it's interesting because I told Jimmy Fennick that same thing this morning.
Yeah, I want you to say that. Jimmy
Okay.
Fennick,
You
when
can
he
say that.
Well, I'd rather he do it.
This is the Goodyear Eagle F1 Run Flat Radial, the exclusive tire on the 1998 Corvette. Earlier today, NASCAR fans saw this demonstration. We punched a hole in the right front tire. The Corvette circles the track at speed. Pressure in the...
Take that down. Go to Dale Jarrett. Go to Dale Jarrett.
This is the Goodyear Eagle F1 Run Flat Radial, the exclusive tire on the 1998 Corvette. Earlier today, NASCAR fans saw this demonstration. We punched a hole in the right front tire. The Corvette circles the track at speed with no air pressure in the tire. It could keep going up to 50 miles at 55 miles an hour. That's amazing. That's Goodyear Run Flat technology. Eagle F1 Run Flat. Only from Goodyear.
They did that demonstration today, of all things. Yeah, this afternoon.
We're riding with Bobby Labonte, and you know, he is so silent on the racetrack. If we didn't just mention, hey, listen, he's in third place right now. He's one of the guys going for $1 million bonus. He's doing a great job. He's not one of these guys that you talk about making these wild moves and things like that. But when the money's up, you can always see Bobby Labonte very close to first place.
Yeah, and guess who holds the speed record for this race? It is Bobby Labonte. Fastest race ever run, 600-miler here at Charlotte. Bobby Labonte, 1995, averaged over 151 miles an hour to win it. It was his first ever Winston Cup win.
And his pit crew did a great job. He moved up one spot on the pit stop there, doing a great job for Bobby Labonte.
Field all forming together again. Pace car down.
Ready. 282 laps complete when they come back to the line. Shorty Jarrett in the leader. Fortune swing. Rusty Wallace came in fourth, went out in seventh after that round of pit stops. Pretty stout, Baker.
He is that. He's very strong. Jeremy Mayfield, second place on track position right now, but a lap down. Tried to get his lap back. Couldn't make it happen. Dale Jarrett, very strong.
Ooh, Did Gordon Carr look a little loose there, Baker?
Well, that happens with the new tires. He hadn't got the temperature up in the tires and the air pressure isn't exactly like you want it. And they don't drive real good until you get the tires the way you want them.
It's got to be a handful, buddy.
It is that, especially cars that have a tendency to be on the loose side. When you don't have the air pressure up like it should be, it dances around. I heard a guy say it handles like a dirty rag.
Walking the rope. We used to call it on the old board tracks, and they were high bank, holding on to each other, skimming along in these drafts.
What a beautiful shot. That's Jimmy Spencer just in front there, going down into turn 1, right on the white line.
Right where you want to be.
If you want to see what a driver sees, that's exactly what it looks like.
Fifth spot for Spencer. You're riding with LaJoy right now. That number 50 rig.
Here comes Jeremy Mayfield now. He has his car. The temperature's up in those tires. The number 12 trying to get a lap back right now. And Dale Jarrett is closed in right on the back bumper. They head down into turn 1.
LaJoy has fallen into 20th spot. Here's Dale Jarrett up in front. We asked Dale Jarrett who his biggest influences were growing up in the racing family.
I certainly looked at my dad first and foremost. That's who was there for me to be around and see how he handled different situations. But I also had the opportunity to be around the guy that's probably done more for our sport than anyone else, and that was Richard Petty. And watching him, how he handled himself on the racetrack as well away from the racetrack. We stayed at a lot of the same places the Jarretts and the Pettys did, and so I could see him in that light too. And I think that certainly helped me, and that showed me what a special sport we really had, because fans even at that time were coming around and wanted to be a part of it. And Richard always had time for them, and so did my dad. And I think the two of them have shown me exactly what it takes to be successful at this, not only on the racetrack, but away from it also.
That's where they're so strong together. There's Richard Petty looking on, the guy who has influenced so many people over the years. Watching his number 43 of Andretti, which is in 6th spot. You saw Jeremy Mayfield make up a lap. He's 2 down as he tries to wend his way back into this race. Still time to do it, but he's got to stay in front of Mark Martin, who's taken over up in front. Jarrett's back to 2nd, Gordon in 3rd. Pontiac of Bobby Labonte in 4th, and Jimmy Spencer in 5th. Today's race started 3 Pontiacs in the top 10. Bobby Labonte being one of them, Jeff Burton being another, and John Andretti the 3rd. Prior to this, 2 Pontiac victories over the years in this famous 600. Rusty Wallace in 90 and David Pearson in 61. Look at Gordon go through.
Well, they've been running side by side. Gordon finally got back by Bobby Labonte. At one time, Bobby Labonte went by on the outside, couldn't make it stick.
Track temperature right now. Let's check it out with Steve Burns.
Ken, remember when we started at this at 6 o'clock at night, the track temperature was 94 degrees. This is very difficult for the crew chief to contend with. Let's take a look now. And it's showing about 83 degrees, so it's dropped at least 11 degrees in track temperature since 6 o'clock.
What's that do to your strategy, guys?
Well, I'll tell you, it's not that big a track temperature drop in comparison to what we ordinarily see. Very often here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, when the sun is fully out, it can get wickedly hot during the day, and the track heats up dramatically. At night, it takes it a while, but it'll finally cool down a whole lot more than that. So this is not as difficult a problem as the mechanics often face here at Charlotte. By the same token, they've all got books. They all have a good idea what they need to do with their race car to keep that thing running as fast as it can possibly go as the night wears on.
The real thing right now, look at Dale Jarrett go by Mark Martin on the outside. Mark is not running quite as well at this point of the race. Here comes Jeff Gordon by on the inside as they head down into turn 3. Mark keeps some fire built in that thing, but Gordon has been very, very good at the early part of the run. But just behind them, Bobby Labonte sitting there in 4th place. Very good race for this part of the race.
Whatever little adjustments that they made on that car in the last round of pit stops don't seem to particularly suit Mark Martin, but he knows exactly what to tell his team to do. It's interesting, not long ago, he called into his pit crew after a pit stop, and he said, how come you guys changed the right rear tire pressure a half a pound? They hadn't told him that they had done that, and he sensed it driving the race car. Oh, he's wiggling. Mark Martin's in trouble.
Jack Roush looking on. Betty's on the radio right now saying, what happened? Here's Gordon down to the inside and bringing the Pontiac or Bobby Labonte with him. You've got Ford, Chevy, Pontiac. 1, 2, 3 in the Coca-Cola 600. As we wind these laps down, 294 complete.
Don't get too excited about Mark Martin dropping back just a little bit. He's a very, very patient race car driver. You're riding with him down in the corner right now, right on the white line. You see these guys that just passed him a second ago? Here he comes back. Wow.
Well, he had that little wiggle a little while ago, but he doesn't seem to be bothering him at all right now. Martin wrong on the bottom.
And such a good driver. He can make so much correction. He just has such a good natural sense about a race car.
Well, he's put his whole life into this thing. This is really what Mark Martin has done from the time when he was a little kid. This is the great goal, and he is now entering the very best years of his racing career.
You know, we watched him a while ago go low on the racetrack there, trying to get by Bobby Labonte side by side down through the dog leg. It looks like Mark Martin's car is coming to him right now, but he has a different driving style than anybody else on the racetrack. He puts both left hands on the inside of the steering wheel going into the corner, and the reason he did that is starting out down the straightaway. Watch him now. He'll cross his hand over and put it on the right-hand side when he starts in the... You see that? What he did, the reason he does that, I'll get it out here in a second. He puts his hand over there. When he first started racing, he weighed about 105 pounds. And that was the way he turned the car into the corners. And he's never changed his driving style. And let me tell you something. You hear people talking about the proper way to hold the steering wheel. What works for you is the best way. Mark Martin's proof of that is he makes the move on Bobby Labonte down the back straightaway.
Let's watch him again inside if you can. Boy, that's something to watch him and have you describe it, buddy. Here comes that Bobby Labonte car after him, and there he is tucking it right in there.
Yep, both hands on the far side of the steering wheel. Now down the straightaway, he'll put his hands 9 out of 10 pounds back over there, except when I talked about it.
No, he does it in the backstretch, I think, more.
You see him going in the corner there. Both hands on the left-hand side of the steering wheel as he turns in the corner. As he starts off on the back straightaway, he'll straighten his hands back up.
Take a deep breath. Wow, you're riding with him in first place, friend, as we're at the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600. Let me correct that. There's your leader, Jarrett, in first. Mark Martin is in second. Great pictures. You wish he was in first. Don't want to take it away from Dale, though. Let's go to Steve Burns for a moment.
And guys, Mark Martin, they made a slight chassis adjustment on the last pit stop. And he's saying now that the car is too tight. Now, the thing to remember is whenever you make a chassis adjustment, there's a reaction to your action. So you compromise something when you do make a change. Right now, he said it's too tight, but there's going to be at least one more pit stop tonight.
When they come by, 100 laps to go. Now we begin to stretch it into the extra distance. It's Dale Jarrett leading, Mark Martin in second, Bobby Labonte is in third, Jeff Gordon fourth, and Andretti is fifth.
He fought all night with somebody.
Where's Benson?
Oh, he fought his tail off.
Benson's in ninth on the lead lap.
Yep. There's 10 cars on the lead lap now. 11.
11, yeah. Michael Waltrip's the last car in the lead lap.
Is 99 and 21 anywhere close together?
I think Ricky Rudd has just lost the motor. Waltrip.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to get, is to get that 21 story. This Benson story is good, but the Waltrip story is getting pretty good, too.
If you want to see something that'll scare you, watch him in turn.
Welded together, gets this Pontiac body put on it, then it's ready for the final assembly, gets the engine put in it, gets the setup on it, and it's the car you'll see win the race on race day.
That Aesop welder got a workout yesterday. Tore up about 17, 18 flips fore and aft. All right. Riding with
John Andretti.
Yep. Fifth spot.
Down the back straightaway. John Andretti drove very, very well tonight. Right now, he's not up there with the front bunch, but he is trying his heart out, and at the moment, he's fifth.
You saw him go by Ricky Rudd. He had just pitted. He had a vibration in the number 10 car. Rudd back on the speedway again.
Let's check in on how those leaders are running. There you see Jarrett up in front. Mark Martin is in second. And how are the no bowl contenders? Those guys up for the $1 million bonus. Oh, Bobby Labonte's third. Rusty is in sixth. Ken Schrader in 14th at the present time. Take a look at Michael Waltrip here in that 21 car. Having a good run. He is up in 11th spot, being shown in the lead lap. Michael Waltrip just in front of Marlin in the number 40. He's had a good struggle going. Terry Labonte is back out there racing for points in number 5. They had trouble with that car and were behind the wall for some time. Johnny Benson still having a great night. He's having a pretty good struggle at the present time.
Terry Labonte there in the 5 car had a lot of problems at the early part of the race. You can see they have repaired the car, and he's back under full speed now as Michael Waltrip goes way up the racetrack here, but it's working for him. He keeps the RPMs up and seems to be running quite well.
He's got his hands full for the last several laps. Michael Waltrip has had to go through all that traffic. He is the last man on the lead lap, currently running in 11th spot.
There's a Terry Labonte in the 5. There's Kenny Wallace is 81 in there as well. There's the 21. In the 11th, you see Kenny Wallace. He's not having a good night. He's back in 31st at the present time. Steve Burns.
And Ken, we need to start thinking about strategy now. Lap 310 just went on the board. If this stays green, they should pit around lap 345. Now, moments ago, I said Mark Martin was complaining of a tight race car. He just called it again and said now it's really tight. So they'll have one more stop on about lap 345, and they should be able to make it the rest of the way. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Well, Steve, the same thing's happening to Dale Jarrett's car. He's a little bit tight, so they will make yet another chassis adjustment when he comes in for his last stop. They'll loosen it up for that run to the finish. Dale Jarrett says his car is great. He's ready to go tonight to Randy.
Well, Jimmy Spencer, currently running 7, said this thing is so tight I can barely drive it. It's pushing right up in the middle of the corners. They're going to make a chassis adjustments. They can run about 33 laps on this tank, and then they need to make a chassis adjustment. To Alan Bastwood.
Similar comments from the teams of the 2 Pontiacs in the top 5. Bobby Labonte and John Andretti running 3rd and 5th, respectively. Both say their cars a little tight in the corners, meaning they don't want to turn quite as well as they'd like them to. Labonte's car, though, he says he's very happy with it right now. But one of the crewmen, of course, they're racing for the $1 million. Peter Gellin, the gas man, just came by me and said, this is way too nerve-wracking for me.
This time by 130 miles to go, buddy.
I'm just watching these guys right now. Jarrett has a tendency to really dial that race car in. He and Todd Parrott work so very, very well. Their communication is a lot like Jeff Gordon and Evernham as far as getting this car dialed in for late in the race. That car looked almost flawless in the corner.
Well, the comments you're hearing about tight, that's exactly what you can expect here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the race wears on. As the track cools off, that's precisely what it tends to do to the race cars. They get more and more pushy. So they're going to loosen them all up. The key is you can't loosen it up too much because a loose car here is a real handful and is something that's awfully easy to get into the wall.
7 Ford cars have led, 2 Chevys, 2 Pontiacs thus far. Right now, it's the Ford of Dale Jarrett showing the way.
I will do that. I already did.
Yeah, Buddy did that earlier. Let's do it again. That's a good idea, though.
Okay.
Oh, God. We haven't gotten the camera yet.
We do his jacket for this?
I don't think so. We haven't gotten the camera on it.
This way.
Good. Yep.
Yeah. Good.
Can somebody talk to Mike Skinner? We still have no camera.
Really? Good night. Buddy?
Yeah.
They need to pull that screen down over by you.
Oh, my. Even at night.
That's what they said. You had to get a reflection off the glass.
Well, that's Patty just told me that I will explain why they get tighter.
Yeah.
And I will do that.
I think that's a good point, though. You know,
Yeah.
Did it in again. We've done it once, but
Well, it's also difficult to understand.
What's this for?
That's why they were about 300.
I wish we had the push that down. Push that down.
Well, there's lonesome out tonight.
Down, down.
No bubble.
Down more.
Turn the lights
Okay,
out.
cool. That's a good.
No camera. Back.
319 laps have been completed. We're down to the last come and get me on this one. Can Jarrett stay there to win this race a second time? Will Mark Martin win it for the first time? Will Pontiac win it for the third time in the 39 years? And can Jeff Gordon repeat, win it back-to-back, take his third 600? That's to be resolved. Don't forget John Andretti's having a great night in 5th in that lead lap. Rusty Wallace looking for that $1 million bonus, looks in 6th. Jimmy Spencer is in 7th.
Trouble on the back straightaway. Todd Bodine's round and round.
He's hit the wall. Back into the car, pushed in. He did pretty good.
Running 18th when Todd Bodine collects turn 2. Racing back to the line. And as they sort them out, those front cars stay the same. Jarrett, Martin, Labonte, Gordon, Andretti across the stripe. Wallace, Spencer there. The rest of the field across. Caution is out. That's the 6th time tonight. 6 yellow on the race.
Mayfield almost got a lap back there.
He's tried to do it twice. Mayfield's being shown in 23rd position. He's one of the big stories to win this race. And he's still looking up from 2 laps down. Jarrett at lap 321, Mayfield at lap 319. There you see the 88 car. Jarrett pulled right up behind the pace car down the back straightaway. Well, let's see. Chad Little is still staying back in this thing. He's a lap down, but he's had a good night. He's running up in 13th, just behind Sterling Marlin. We've had a little thing going over the last 10 or 15 laps. What a beautiful sight this racetrack is at night. This is the one that pioneered the super speedways into nighttime racing. Daytona is going to be under the lights on the 4th of July this year, but it really is kind of special to come here to Charlotte and see where it started. And it's such a great look.
The drivers really like it too. It's a lot more comfortable in the cars. Pit stops, here we go.
Pit road's where it's happening. This is the critical one. Bobby Labonte, bottom of the screen, center of the screen, Mark Martin. And the 96 winner, Dale Jarrett on top.
All these cars you're looking at are on the lead lap as they come into the pit. Everybody working feverishly.
Everybody taking 4 tires so far as opposed to 2. Everybody's going for rubber as opposed to track position. Dale Jarrett, first out.
117 miles to go. They're pretty much committed to one more round in here, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't think they can make it without another pit stop. 117 miles on this racetrack is a bit too much.
Todd Bodine's incident here.
Lost it coming off turn 2. Boom, there he goes into the outside wall as the cars all scattered.
Wonder what it looks like from Todd Bodine's point of view. Now in race time, that was about an hour before it hit the wall, right?
Yeah.
Oh, please, Lord. Oh, no. Don't let it get in the wall. Please, Lord. We'll be back in just a moment with more of the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 here on TBS.
Now, let's switch over, Dick.
Now, what are we doing? We're going to switch over now?
Yeah. Could I have it? Are we going to set or stand?
It's up to you.
What
do you want?
What do you want?
Set or stand? What do you want to do? Welcome.
I want. Oh God, you kill me.
Okay. Now what do you want?
Jerked my face right off. Because they're gonna see you.
We need a stool for Buddy right now.
Oh no! Here, take that one. Take that one.
Take that one. Take that one.
There you go. All right. Can we talk about tight when we come back? Tight. I'm gonna have some fun with that.
I'm gonna talk about tight. I've already heard that.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm going to show a spring rubber. They put one out of the right front on Mark Martin's car. Pulled one out.
All right. And then I'll tell you why.
Right.
What do you want us to do first?
You can say how many pounds.
Six is right. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Stand by.
Coming to you live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. What a beautiful sight there. Well, not such a beautiful sight here. Oh my heart. Nice to have you with us, folks. I'm Ken Squire, and that guy over there is Dr. Dick Berggren, and this fellow in the middle is 3-time winner of this race. And we were talking a moment about getting tight. I mean by that out on the track. I didn't want anyone to take that wrong. No. But let's talk about that for just a moment. A lot of new folks are watching the race, buddy. How about giving them some insight into what it means? We talk about these cars getting into this race, and they do tighten up.
Okay, the front of the car is free rolling. So when you turn in the corner, naturally the hottest tire on the car is the right front. As the tire gets hot, it loses grip. And the rear tires are getting better traction because of the cooler racetrack. 740 horsepower pushing the nose, and that makes them push. That's why they keep loosening the car up, trying to get the back balanced with the front so you don't burn the right front tire and make it wash up the racetrack.
You almost took Bergman's nose off with that
Too bad
prescription.
about that. I love that hat, Doctor. Don't lose the hat, whatever.
But you know, that's really the story, and the mechanics' challenge here today is really to get the cars dialed in so they don't push so much as the race unfolds. But by the same tokens, the drivers have a responsibility too. They've got to sort this racetrack out and find a line that is comfortable for the race car, no matter how it's set up. Now, they've all had new tires put on the car. They've all dumped a bunch of fuel in the back end of the race car. It's going to change the handling. Now it's up to the drivers. Let's see what they can do with the packages they've been given.
Well, they've had 500 miles to make all of these adjustments, and now we're down to it. This is when it's really going to count. Let's get an STP pit roundup as to what's happened, what the progress has been on pit road. Where are we going first? Mike Hogwood? How about it, Mike?
Dale Jarrett said, let's don't do anything. They did not change one thing. They just put tires and fuel in the car. They've got one more stop to make. They expect to make a small chassis adjustment then. But for right now, nothing's changed. They expect to stay out front. Steve.
Now, Mark Martin says this thing right here is the key to victory. Mark said if we're going to win this race, we're going to have to pull the spring rubber out. This actually sits in the spring, and they use this loop right here to pull it out. They did that on his last pit stop, and Mark said this is going to be the key to victory. Let's go to Alan Bissell.
Bobby Labonte's crew turned 3 rounds down on the left rear jacking bolt, trying to loosen up the race car. He is tight, like Buddy Baker was explaining just a moment ago. They had a great stop, got Bobby out on the track in second position. He's hoping he's got what it takes to run to the finish, though we'll have to make one more stop for fuel. To Randy Pemberton.
Some great strategy down here for Jimmy Spencer as well as Johnny Benson. They came in with 1 lap to go, topped off the fuel. They can go the distance. If we catch no caution, one of those 2 guys can win this race. Green flag.
Green flag. That's lap 326 as they go back under green. 111 miles to decide the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600. Todd Bodine pulling back on the speedway. Battle up in front. New leader, Pontiac. It is Bobby Labonte showing the way for just a moment. Dale Jarrett is there, but he's got his hands full. Here comes Rusty Wallace on the inside. As you look out the back, these live action pictures from the Charlotte Motor Speedway with 11 competitors still on the lead lap, still with a chance at winning this one. Labonte and Wallace going for the million. That $1 million bonus will be decided here.
Bobby Labonte's doing what he does in most of the long races. He's just kind of, like I said, you never know he's in the race. Right now, he's got a good commanding lead of about 7 or 8 car lengths. But behind him, Rusty Wallace also going for the $1 million bonus. And just behind him, Dale Jarrett's hung up with a car trying to make up a lap, Jeremy Mayfield.
From 2 laps down, Mayfield running back in 22nd position. Car number 12.
Mayfield as strong as any of these leaders, but he got down early, ran out of gas, got down laps early, and he's been struggling for this entire event, trying to make them up.
Still trying to win that first Winston Cup victory. Bobby Labonte, what history he could make. Pontiac, back in the early days, that was a real formidable mark in this race. When the 62 and 60 Fireball Roberts, the great Fireball Roberts, lost his life here in 1964 in a crash off the second turn. Set on the pole for this event. Smokey Unick, guy who had so much to do with Fireball's career, is down here tonight celebrating a birthday today. Always good to see the fellow who used to advertise proudly at Indianapolis and here, the best best damn garage in town.
And the best cowboy hat. You can always tell where he's at. You bet.
Well, this is quite the struggle. Look at this.
I know Dale Jarrett would love to be able to use the whole racetrack right now in pursuit of the first two cars in front of him out there. But right now, you can see Mayfield in front of Gordon there. Gordon having to take the low line. Here comes Mark Martin just behind him.
Gordon, defending 600 champion, 4th place. Trying to move back under Mayfield, and here comes Mark Martin with him. John Andretti is next in line. He is in 6th, Spencer in 7th, Nemechek 8th.
$175 miles an hour that last lap on Bobby Labonte. Fresh tires and bringing up the wind.
And the incredible part of that, I think Rusty Wallace is catching him in 2nd place. As we look back in the field here, Schrader and Chad Little are fighting it out through the corners here.
That's the 13th spot.
Coming up on lap 333, 100 miles to go. Into the final 100 to decide it all tonight. Will one of those no bull guys get a chance at $1 million bonus? We'll find out shortly. Anyone like a sandwich? Buddy, would you like a sandwich?
Oh, no, sir.
Hello?
Oh, there's Kevin. He's still out there.
Yeah.
Many, many days behind.
Who has to pit up that on the pit road? Those guys got to pit or not?
Six has to pit. 6 must pit.
88 has to pit as well.
18 and 43 must stop again. I'm trying to check on the 2 now.
I want to hear about Makar, too, with the 18.
26 can go the distance easy.
Buddy, he says he has to stop. 18 has to stop again.
23 and 26 can go the distance. 26 without a doubt.
They better put some distance on him.
A promotional fee and considerations have been paid by the following. By Simpson, the 1998 Team Simpson Racing Catalog.
Trouble, big crash, turn 4.
Oh, Earnhardt and LaJoy.
Yeah, Earnhardt and LaJoy.
Got to remember Earnhardt's already hurt.
A promotional fee and considerations have been paid by the following. By Simpson, the 1998 Team Simpson Racing Catalog is now available. For more information, call Simpson or visit the Simpson website and join Team Simpson today. By Racing Radios, radio communications provided by Racing Radios. For all your business and racing communications needs, call Racing Radios. By Ned Jarrett's Fantasy Cup Auto Racing, America's #1 fantasy racing game. For more information, call 1-800-877-RACE or go online at www.fantasycup.com. And play close-up toothpaste, watch Jeff Gordon to win sweepstakes, and you can win a trip to the All-American Sports Park in Las Vegas. Match the special pin number inside close-up toothpaste Jeff Gordon packages to any of the numbers broadcast here on July 26th, and you win.
Just inside of the final 100 miles. And you're seeing Dale Earnhardt leaning into Randy LaJoy's car after both have crashed up here in turn 4. Hard crash into the wall. Here is Earnhardt clutching his side as he steps away from number 3. It has been a hard hit. LaJoy is still in there. Here he is clambering out. up against the wall backwards.
Earnhardt wearing that cloth as a result of burns he suffered the Talladega accident, but he also is going to pit now.
This will make it all even across. Benson had a chance of going the whole distance, as did Spencer, if there had been no more cautions. But now it's everybody together. Replay as to what happened to Earnhardt.
You see him on the outside of LaJoie there as they start off the corner. The back of LaJoie's car starts to wiggle just a little bit right there. He loses control into the outside wall. You see Earnhardt had nowhere to go. LaJoie lost the back of the car coming off turn 4.
And it's a good thing we didn't have a microphone in LaJoie's car when Earnhardt stuck his head in there, I'm sure.
It was a very short speech.
Yep.
In-car. LaJoie's in-car. It'll come back. We are told it will come back. Let's go down trackside with Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Earnhardt has just crawled from his car, walked across the racetrack, gave me a look like, you know, I really don't want to talk right now. He is headed for his hauler. Absolute disgust. He looks okay, but certainly not a happy ending to the Coca-Cola 600 here tonight for Dale Earnhardt.
Brushing off the press as he moves down along pit road. The longest walk in sports is the walk away from something like this. This year in Talladega, Dale Earnhardt found his share of bad luck. Into the wall with Bill Elliott. Hard hit. Elliott upside down. And the Earnhardt car up on top of it. Last week here in the Winston.
Boy, when you see the driver's side of the car hit hard, you see him favoring his left shoulder there. You never see Earnhardt fake an injury. I guarantee you when he clutches his arm, he is in great pain.
Larry McReynolds said yesterday on our broadcast, he said that Earnhardt could run this race, but he couldn't take another lick, and he's just taken a hard one.
A big disadvantage compared to
We'll take a break and be back with you again as they continue to remove the damage from cars 50 and 3 out of the 600. LaJoie and Earnhardt.
Going right to the garage, too.
Oh, I tell you.
I wonder if this is going to be a DNF. I'll bet it is.
A what?
DNF.
But Earnhardt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, you
I mean,
don't know. They fixed that thing before, but it don't look like.
No, I don't think so.
Boy,
Zero
Randy,
DNFs
you
last
see
year.
the back of Randy's car that just started around.
Yeah, he just lost
it.
it.
He just come right back.
Yeah, it just went.
Oh, my, look at this car coming. Oh, geez.
Yes. Dale, I cannot believe what you've gone through over the past few weeks. What happened out there tonight?
Well, first of all, we're racing at a big disadvantage with no spoilers and no surveillances. We're against everything else that's racing out there. When that NASCAR needs to do something, we can't have to drive the cars after the tires get worn. But I just run along there, sort of riding my line, and the 50 car lost it and just knocked me into the wall. We're okay. LaJoie's okay, so that's good.
Okay. That's the champ.
Boy, that thing is wrecked.
Let's go right. Yeah, show the car if you can, and then go right.
Dale,
right to Randy.
Dale, I cannot believe what you've gone through.
You know, I never heard the count when we were going away. Did you?
Yeah.
Back with you live. There will be no $1 million bonus for Dale Earnhardt. That's the wrecker bringing number 3 back to the garage area. It will not even come out and run for points. That car is finished. Randy Pemberton has spent some time chasing down Dale Earnhardt. Let's get the word from there.
Dale, I cannot believe what you've gone through over the past few weeks. What happened out there tonight?
Well, first of all, we're racing at a big disadvantage with no spoilers and no surveillances. We're against everything else that's racing out there. When that NASCAR needs to do something, we can't half drive the cars after the tires get worn. But I just run along there, sort of riding my line, and the 50 car lost it and just knocked me into the wall. We're okay. LaJoy's okay, so that's good.
That's the champ.
Okay, folks, we're going to see a great shootout now. Lots of different strategy playing out here on pit road. Mark Martin came in. They didn't change any tires. They just took gas. They have enough gas to go the difference. Now, to go the distance, rather. Jeff Gordon, on the other hand, he took fuel and right side tires. So 2 tires for Jeff Gordon, no tires for Mark Martin. Let's go to Alan.
All right, Steve, Bobby Labonte came in. He could not make it on fuel the last time, so they chose to come down pit road and get 4 tires. They're good to the finish on fuel now, but it cost him track position. He's back in 6th instead of leading the race. To Mike Hogwood.
Same story for Dale Jarrett. He came down, topped off on fuel, and took on 4 tires. Jarrett's ready to go the distance. No chassis adjustments on the 88 car.
As has been said over and over again about this 600, the difference in winning and not winning here is the business of attrition and patience. We'll take a quick break and be back, and we should be in for some shootout to decide this 600.
You bet. 39th to 3rd.
I know he hates it.
Yeah, it's hard.
He drove a good race, so LaJoy, too.
Yeah, we're here.
Anybody
Yeah, we recorded.
Well, that's a stern look.
I know one thing. I'm going to build me a headset for next race. This thing has worn me out tonight, sticking me in the face.
Oh, such a problem.
Well, it is. I got a better microphone next door. This thing is worn. Look at it.
Now, I could say,
Yeah, right.
Just plug it back in your ear, buddy.
Yeah, it's working. I'll tell you what. If I have a permanent bend in my back, it's from carrying this play-by-play man foot. I know. Oh, boy. Are we going to be able to share this, or we're going to do it live? I see LaJoy. I hadn't heard him say anything.
yeah, right.
No.
Yeah, barbs.
Dude,
Barbs.
Barbs.
I am bent over. I am. Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. 344 laps have been completed. 516 miles getting ready to go racing to decide it all. And at this point, we have 84 miles left to go, so they have the fuel and the tires to do it. Let's go back to Randy Pemberton, who's standing by with Randy LaJoy.
Randy, obviously you've come from the infield care center. You're okay. What happened in the accident?
I just got real loose getting into turn 3 there. Running pretty hard with Earnhardt, and 16 cars behind me, and the car we made a chassis adjustment right before that and freed it up a little bit, and just got in there and got in a little too hot and run out of racetrack. Too bad for the Budweiser team here. The guys worked real hard, and too bad for the 3-car. In my head, I did it with Earnhardt, and I just run out of racetrack. And just one of those racing deals. We were both racing hard, and 16 cars right behind us, and nowhere to go. We wrecked.
That's the story from Randy LaJoie. One more update on cars down at my end of pit road. Jimmy Spencer, who still has a shot at this thing, took on right side tires only and raised the track bar a half around. Johnny Benson, who is now up to 3rd, gassed only, and that's it. So we're set to go the distance now.
There you see Mark Martin up in front, Jeff Gordon in 2nd. Benson is in 3rd. What a race Johnny Benson has had. Michigan fans are going to be standing and shouting some tonight as we get down to the conclusion of this one. Rusty Wallace is 4th, Spencer is 5th, Bobby Labonte is 6th, and Jarrett is in 7th.
Darrell Waltrip, 1 lap down in that number 1. Mark Martin takes the green flag as they go into the first turn. Getting down to it.
The field rolls down through 3 and 4. Chad Little is on pit road with number 97. Something is amiss on that Jack Roush car.
Such a good day, and now he goes a lap down.
Boy, I saw the dust fly off turn 4 up there. Somebody got into the outside wall pretty hard. It made the dust just fly up as they come off turn 4.
Wallace around Benson. Wallace attacking, looking for that $1 million bonus.
Here comes Bobby Labonte on the outside of Darrell Waltrip, trying to get up to the front here. He's one of the guys going for that $1 million bonus you said, Ken, and he does not like his position right now. Johnny Benson just in front of him in the yellow car.
Waltrip to number 1 in 12th. Look at Benson. Back and forth. Labonte putting on the pressure.
Amazing run for Johnny Benson. 39, got a lap down, made it back up again. Here he is challenging. He's still got a shot to win this thing.
Jeff Gordon there in 2nd place has been extremely fast for about 10 to 15 laps until the tires get hot, and then he's been dropping off the pace just a little bit as he goes by Mark Martin coming off turn 2.
Gordon picks it up into 1st place. Jeff Gordon trying to repeat. Here comes Wallace.
And every time with a full fuel load, we're seeing that number 2 car bounce off the pavement. We saw the sparks as he went through the corner.
$1 million bonus.
Mark Martin not giving it up. He's fighting back on the outside. You can see the 2 cars look like they're welded together. Going down into turn 1, sparks flying off Rusty Wallace's car. It'll do that until the fuel load gets a little bit lighter. He's right on the ground. This car is happening.
2nd spot to Wallace. The $1 million bonus getting closer. That red spoiler on the back that you can see from Mark Martin's viewpoint. That's like putting a red flag in front of a bull out here. Ray Evernham, crew chief for Jeff Gordon, on the strategy, how it works and doesn't work in the Coca-Cola 600.
Well, I think the best strategy that we ever had in the 600 was the night we put the 2 tires and beat Rusty, won our first ever Winston Cup race. Probably the thing that backfired is 1995 when we had that wheel come off and I ended up with a huge fine. So those were probably the best and worst moments for us at Charlotte ever.
I was on pit road that night, and I stood with Rusty Wallace at the gas pumps as he kept staring at victory lane saying, I can't believe he beat me taking only 2 tires. And we have a similar scenario playing out tonight because on that last round of pit stops, Mark Martin took none, Gordon took 2, Labonte took 4, Dale Jarrett took 4. What will the smart strategy be?
47 laps to go and they come by.
Boy, I tell you what, Rusty Wallace looked awfully strong in the corners. ran off the racetrack is sticking so well getting into turn one a while ago. The sparks just flew, as you can see, right on the white line. The left side tires actually went down on the flat part of the racetrack just then getting into turn one.
Two cars handling extremely well late in the event. The crews have adjusted them all night long. They started out pretty close. They're real close now as Rusty heads to the high side.
Coming off turn four, Rusty Wallace on the outside, Jeff Gordon on the inside, Mark Martin just behind him there.
Chevy down low, Ford up high. This is what every seat has been sold to see, and what a show they're getting.
Did you see the two-car Rusty Wallace sideways getting into turn one? He took the lead.
That's what he's good at. Boy, can he catch him. He pitches them in there, and he does his own catching so beautifully. Coming out of two, and makes the move. And here comes Bobby Labonte into the picture for third.
I think that's what Rusty Wallace looked in the mirror and saw this 18 car, Bobby Labonte, coming like a freight train behind him. He said, I better put some distance on him.
I bet power to Roger Penske said thanks a million when Rusty Wallace caught hold of that car and didn't spin it out.
Wallace now holding on to first. Gordon in second. Gordon, the second driver to win the Winston Million back in '97. He took that Southern 500 over Jeff Burton. Now he's, Spencer's off the pace. Jimmy Spencer slowing down.
He's going to pit. Tire?
Looks like.
Right rear. Oh, wow. Barely able to control the car.
It's not the right rear.
No, it's not.
It's apparently.
They're not sure what it is. The Jackman thought it was on the right side. Randy Pemberton.
It's definitely a left rear tire. They're going to change two left side tires. What a disappointment for Jimmy Spencer, having an excellent run down and away.
Oh, look at Labonte coming out of there.
I told you he was coming like a freight train. You can see him wiggling that steering wheel a little bit loose up off the corner. Mark Martin comes with him.
I thought he was going to turn the thing around there. He was right on the edge of the envelope.
Well, this has happened all night. Jeff Gordon very, very strong for 15 or 20 laps. But after the tires get hot, these cars begin to boogie. These Fords are really hooked up right now. But you know, the Pontiac of Bobby Labonte showing amazing strength.
Take a look at Wallace. There's the interval between first and fourth. Back to car 24.
8/10 of a second lead. Rusty Wallace over Labonte.
Here comes Dale Jarrett battling with Benson. They were 11. Now they are 10. 10 cars left in the lead lap to decide the 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 live here on TBS. Don't go away.
So far, it looks like Rusty came out the best in that lap round of stops. That car is running, buddy.
Yeah, he turned it up. He
That's
turned
what I
it
mean.
up. I tell you, you could tell when he run in there and cranked it sideways.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you something. If he beats Bobby Labonte, he's going to do something. Look at that car go down that back straightaway.
Lord,
got some
keep
horsepower.
checking that interval. Yeah, that's the story. You're right, Buddy. They're going to. That's it.
Yeah, they can go the distance, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're all of them inside the window.
The only trouble is Bobby Labonte looks like he's running 100 miles an hour faster than everybody else down the straightaway.
And he is closing it up. Elliott's out. Skinner. No. Where?
Skinner's here in 29.
Yeah. But it's Shepard in the car now, right? No. Shepard is now in Skinner's car.
Boy, look at that interval.
Here comes Labonte.
Yep.
It's coming quick.
Oh, come on. Back with you once again. The stories here tonight. Earnhardt is out. Elliott, replacement driver. Shepard is in for Skinner. Gordon still trying to win it back-to-back in 4th place. Martin trying for the three-peat. There's a chance. Mayfield, he's out of it, 2 laps down. Battle for the lead is where the story is right now. Up in front here in the Coca-Cola 600. It is Rusty Wallace battling Bobby Labonte. Both have a chance at $1 million bonus if they can win this race.
Bobby Labonte has run him down from a half a straightaway back. You can see Wallace there right on the bottom of the racetrack. Bobby Labonte has it all hung out, all over the racetrack, doing what it takes to get to the front.
Still a lot of time. 34 laps left to go.
Bobby Labonte has another problem. Mark Martin's picked up the pace, and he's right on his back bumper now.
Never seen him push it harder than you saw Bobby Labonte in these last laps. He's been just standing that car up on those 2 right tires. The whole side of that thing just seems. Ah, look at this. Here comes Jarrett back around Gordon.
This is for 4th. Gordon slipping back.
Unable to keep the car running real fast into the corner. Gordon gives up a little bit of track there. You can tell that the car is not sticking to suiting going into the corner.
Gordon's going to need another pit stop. He's going to be able to do anything with these guys.
Rusty Wallace qualified for the No Bull million in the Daytona 500 when he finished 5th. Here he is leading at the moment, but right behind him is the 18, the Pontiac, trying to become only the 3rd Pontiac driver to win the 600. Bobby Labonte from Corpus Christi, Texas.
I think Bobby Labonte leaned on those tires pretty hard. He had to run a couple of laps there to cool them back down. While he was doing that, Mark Martin picked up on the draft and moved right on his back bumper.
That 5th place finish by Rusty Wallace at Daytona, that was his best down there. Wouldn't that have been something if it's the springboard of this $1 million bonus? Look at Mark Martin coming back another time. Down towards the end. 368 of 400 laps have been completed. Wallace in front. Can he stay there? We'll see.
Probably be the best finish that 600's had for many a day if they keep going like this.
Yeah, this will be like that Waltrip finish with Parsons. Remember it was so good, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, yep. They changed the lead, what, 3 or 4 times in the last 2 laps?
Oh, they changed it forever, the whole last half hour.
These 3 cars are so evenly matched at this point.
I'm not going to say anything.
You think one of those cars has an advantage and the car is green in color?
No, no. I think the toughest cars are 3rd and 4th.
DJ.
They're going to come back.
But that don't mean one thing, because as I said, Bobby Labonte like to run over Rusty in the straightaway. He's got a good car. Watch that thing go down straightaway. Now
I know.
Watch that there.
Yeah.
Lap traffic.
No, you're there. You're down now. It's 10 laps away. Got 19 to go right now.
There's 400, right?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, it sure is.
It's 19 now.
.42 miles to go. Wallace leading. Labonte second. Martin Weiss third and Jarrett fourth. If you were to pick right now Where would you go, buddy?
I'm watching Rusty Wallace. Just a minute ago, Bobby Labonte ran him down, but right now it looks like he may be just saving a little bit on the race car because he lets Bobby Labonte get right up behind him, and then he seems to have a little surge, so he may have a little in reserve. If he does, he's probably going to have to use it because I think Mark Martin's going to enter into this thing before it's over. Bobby Labonte, $1 million just in front of him. Rusty Wallace, both of them going for the $1 million bonus tonight.
This could be one of the great finishes of all time in the Coca-Cola 600.
Right up there with that Waltrip finish with Benny Parsons, which was one of the all-time best. But look at this struggle. Here comes Bobby Labonte, just easing back up to within 2 car lengths. You know, it's the old story of the cream rising to the top. It has risen. There is Wallace. There is Labonte. There is Martin. There is Jarrett. There is Gordon, front 5. And just outside of that, Benson, who's had such a marvelous night. Boy, Grand Rapids, Michigan must be on its toes with Johnny Benson. For Rusty Wallace, the Missouri driver, it's a question of $1 million. Same question for Bobby Labonte. They both had such great runs in the top 5 at Daytona. They're both eligible. Now this is the interval as you look a little further back. There's an interval there.
Right there. A little over 2 seconds behind.
That don't sound like much 2 seconds, but when you look at it from that perspective, there's quite a ways back there.
He's got a ways to go. Here's the top 3, though.
Lap traffic now. Rusty Wallace having to go low through the dog leg there.
See Jeff Gordon in your picture. Gordon is running in 5th spot. He's 3.2 seconds behind the leader.
It's like a timpani roll. You can feel it building. Quick whip around down in the pits. Gentlemen, what's the story? Late news?
Rusty Wallace, the race leader, has not said a word on his radio since we went back racing. He's doing all he can to try and win this race. A lot of the crew guys are shaking their heads saying, I can't bear to watch this. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And let's review the pit strategy on that last pit stop. Jeff Gordon took 2 tires in the 24 car. Bobby Labonte took 4. And Allen likewise down here in the 18 pits. Joe Gibbs, Jimmy Makar, nobody's saying a word, intently watching the monitor. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Same story in the Mark Martin pit. The crew anxiously awaits any move from their driver. They know they have done everything they can to give him a good race car.
Got a car in the wall.
Oh, boy.
Bradbury has crashed in the 78.
This makes a whole different race now. That brings everybody back into contention on the lead lap.
22 laps to go. Well, what do? Do you stay out there and keep your track position? Do you pit and take tires?
Well, if you're out back, no question.
Yeah, you surely
I'm
pit.
sure you're going to see Benson make that move. Nemechek, Andretti all come in here to try to muddy the slipstream up in front.
You know, Bradbury hard up there in turn 4. That car is sandwiched up against the outside wall there. A very hard lift.
8th caution. Wallace comes across leading. Just exactly what he didn't want to see, nor Bobby Labonte. They both had their game face on, their strategy plan for the end of this race. One was perhaps saving just a little to work on the other.
You see the screen come out of the driver's side window. That means I'm okay. You don't have to hurry across traffic. I'm okay.
Take a look at what happened. Turn 4.
That's Bradbury in the 78. You see him veer off like a right front might be flat. He gets into the outside wall. He gets back into the wall and runs right against the wall. That's probably the best thing that could happen. But right there, he's probably not turning the steering wheel. The car is stuck into that wall, and right front is turned to the right there.
You can see the sparks underneath the car. Very good chance that he lost a right front tire or there was a suspension failure of some kind. He definitely had mechanical help into that wall.
Started in 8th position and had run the distance, was having a very good race. And this took place, shown as 35th, a few laps down, but he'd been there through the evening. Well, we're getting down to the finish. We're showing 380 complete when they roll them by the start-finish line on this 1.5 mile track.
Leaders are coming in.
Here they come. Pits are open.
And they're all coming.
Yep, they sure are. Well, now what do? Take 2? Take 4.
Randy?
Johnny Benson's strategy was dictated by the leader, Rusty Wallace. If he pitted, he was to come in. They're in. Around the wedge out. Johnny Benson, 2 right side tires. Alan Bestwick down and away.
Rusty Wallace is in. A chassis adjustment, right sides only. He's away. Very quick stop for Wallace to Mike Hogwood.
2 tires for Mark Martin. He too makes a chassis adjustment to tighten it up just a little bit. Steve.
And 2 tires for Bobby Labonte. They also made a chassis adjustment. 2 tires for the 18 car.
As they entered, so they return. Huh. Dale Jarrett trying to nose in there. Mark Martin. We'll check on the rest of these folks that came out after we take a quick commercial break. Those cars out back, did they take 4 instead of 2? We'll see.
There's a little bit of a jumble there.
Can't hear him? I noticed that. I was going to tell you, you've been talking and nothing's coming out. Well,
but I'll tell you what.
I'm looking for the first 4 cars. I mean, they're going to have a dogfight like you are not going to believe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It sure is.
That's what it boils down to.
Yeah. We're gonna have we got a 20 lapper here.
Well,
maybe an 18 by the time they put this together.
Look for Gordon to be a factor for at least 15 laps.
Yeah, and John Andretti as well.
Where did Gordon come out?
This is the Goodyear Eagle F1 Run Flat Radial, the exclusive tire on the 1998
But
Corvette.
we need to build the other about
today,
the other guys that can make a run now. Built the whole thing about the front 3 all took 2 tires, but the guys out back are even. Go Wallace, then go to the newest stuff on
18
Labonte,
also took 2,
then
is
go
that
to the
correct?
newest stuff on Martin. But start here. Want to use this, then.
This is the Goodyear Eagle F1 Run Flat Radial, the exclusive tire on the 1998 Corvette. Earlier today, NASCAR fans saw this demonstration. We punched a hole in the right front tire. The Corvette circles the track at speed with no air pressure in the tire. It could keep going up to 50 miles at 55 miles an hour. That's amazing. That's Goodyear Run Flat technology. Eagle F1 Run Flat. Only from Goodyear.
Back with you as you see the field bunching up, and there's still a bit of time before they're going to turn them loose. They've still got equipment out here cleaning the track. Now, we saw those front 3 all come in for 2 tires. And the question to Dick Berggren, what about the ones behind that trio?
Well, Gordon took 4. He really had to. The car wasn't fast enough the way they had it. The 43, John Andretti, also took 4 tires. Same story. Fire 4 at it. Hope that's going to work.
So now we're down to decision time. It's getting down to being a shootout. We'll take a quick break to come back for the start and then stay right with it right to the finish of this 39th Coca-Cola 600. There will be 24 miles to go, 16 laps to decide the Coca-Cola 600. It will be decided among 10 prospects here, 9 at the present time, including John Andretti. Let's get another report on the tire changes. Johnny Benson did make 2, as Randy reported. What about Nemechek?
4 on Nemechek. So you got 3 guys that took 4 tires. The Gordon car, Andretti, Nemechek all took 4 tires. In theory, at least, they should be faster, but who knows? There've been a bunch of guys tonight who have taken 2 have been really quick. We're about to find out how this is all going to work.
In the Winston Open, you could remember Jimmy Spencer taking on 4. He was clearly much faster than the other cars with 4 fresh tires.
You see Waltrip in the number 1. He's a lap down in 10th position. Behind him is Schrader in 11th, Musgrave 12th, Marlin 13th, and Ernie Irvin in 14th. Robert Presley with a great night in 15th. Field moving down. It's Wallace first, Labonte second, Martin third, Jarrett fourth, Benson right there. Here they come. Go, go, go. Out of turn 4 and down to the line. flashing under the lights, back to the stripe. Mark Martin digging on the inside. Dale Jarrett on the outside, makes his move, and here comes Gordon.
Gordon with 4 fresh tires on this Chevrolet has been lightning quick on all these starts tonight. You see him right now digging for every inch of real estate that he can get. As the 2 Fords run side by side, they have him bottled up right now.
In the box, the 24. Trying to squeeze through.
That's as good as we have seen that car run all night. He is right on Jarrett's bumper.
Outside, inside move. And that maneuver by number 24 makes Gordon a real prospect again to win this race.
3rd spot, and right now is the fastest racetrack car on the racetrack.
He came out of the pits in 6th. He is now 3rd. 2 to go. He's got 2 more guys to pass.
These 2 guys, I'm going to tell you right now, going at it. You can see Rusty Wallace in the 2-car lead. Bobby Labonte down into turn 1, just behind him, Jeff Gordon, closing ever so fast.
Yeah, they've got a million reasons to keep Jeff Gordon back there.
1st and 2nd are contenders to take that $1 million bonus. The No Bull $1 million bonus. Top 5 from Daytona.
Bonus does not count right now to Jeff Gordon. All he wants is to win the 600. He's within 1 car left now. Bobby Labonte in 2nd.
Labonte has also closed on Rusty Wallace, the leader. Here we go. Gordon outside.
Gordon on the outside. As they come off turn 2, it looks like Gordon with the 4 fresh tires really has some momentum.
Chevrolet goes into 2nd. Pontiac dropped to 3rd. Ford still leading. Rusty Wallace, that number 2 Ford.
Well, he won his first race ever here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Gordon did with tire strategy. Tonight, looks like he's played his cards right.
Rusty Wallace needs to use up a lot of racetrack right now. You see Jeff Gordon less than a car length back in 2nd place. I'm not sure he can hold him off. Gordon's looking around right now, trying to get racing room. I guarantee you that right now, Rusty Wallace has 1 eye in the mirror, 1 on where he's going.
I don't need incentive to race hard every lap, says Rusty Wallace, but $1 million could make a little difference. He's given it everything he's got. And here is the 24 car closing in again. The car that pressed into the wall in the 2nd turn right there yesterday, coming to the outside. Here comes Gordon making the move. And again, wide ovaling. It's number 2 Wallace to hold the spot.
Doing exactly what I said. It's his race right now. You see Bobby Labonte making a move on the outside of Gordon there.
Oh, wow.
They're making a sandwich. Whoa, baby.
Gordon got it. Gordon came out on top.
Unbelievable. Jeff Gordon trying to win it back-to-back to win his 3rd 600.
It's not done yet. Just in 4th place there. Dale Jarrett making a move now, trying to move up.
Like a bandit in the night. Pickpocketing. Wallace and Labonte. And pulling away now is Jeff Gordon. Here comes Wallace back.
What a move by Jeff Gordon to take the lead.
Now, when they use up all the good of those tires as hard as he's been running, the Chevrolet has been lightning fast for about 15 laps. Then it starts giving up. Bobby Labonte, you're riding with him now as we come off turn 2. High on the racetrack.
Top 5 all together as this thing winds down.
Here comes Mark Martin looking on the inside. We hadn't mentioned him in a while, but now Bobby Labonte on the outside being passed by Dale Jarrett down the front straightaway. They make a little contact coming off turn 4.
What a race Bobby Labonte has driven. He's been in sideways as much as anybody out there. He keeps right in here, stays in this fight. Nobody giving an inch as we get down to decide it. The 39th annual Coca-Cola 600 is going to be a sprint, a shootout to the line.
Here comes Mark Martin trying to get by Dale Jarrett on the outside, following right behind Bobby Labonte.
This is for 3rd. Labonte right now in 3rd spot with that green number 18
and breaking away.
Yep.
Gordon has the advantage. 3 car lengths over Wallace.
Well, it ain't over till it's over. He was in the lead last weekend, too.
I'm seeing something that looks like Rusty's getting in the corner awfully hard there. I know the laps are going away, but Rusty Wallace is now showing a lot of power getting into the corners.
395 to 400 complete. Jeff Gordon has said if he wasn't racing, he'd probably go to college to further his education. Could buy his own college after tonight.
And the town it's in.
Well, what about it? Can Wallace muster one more challenge to take this back and take the $1 million bonus? Ray Evernham looking on, pacing, as Jeff Gordon gets ever closer to becoming a 3-time winner of the 600.
Well,
5 times he's been on the pole.
Yep, the tires haven't started going away yet. You can see Gordon clearly in the lead right now, and the car does not show any ill effects in the corner.
Nice and smooth, running his own line. No problems whatsoever with the handling on that race car. Opening distance between himself and Rusty Wallace.
And indeed he did, about 5-6 car lengths. Going for his 3rd win of 1998. He won at Bristol, he won at Rockingham. Is Gordon going to stay with it and do it tonight? Here he is. Charging out of turn number 2.
We know for a fact he has enough fuel to make it this time, so it's not going to be like the Winston. He's not going to run out of fuel. But I tell you, Rusty Wallace is driving his heart out right now, trying to close in on Jeff Gordon.
Gordon's just the class of the field right now. In command, solidly in command as this race winds down.
Wallace can almost sense that extra $1 million just floating away from his fingers as Gordon continues to build on the lead. Evernham continuing to look on, the ex-modified driver from New Jersey, who with his magic has put this guy into such a great position. There you saw Pemberton looking on, crew chief, car number 2. As we get down to the end, the white flag is out. This is it to decide it all. Final lap into turn number 1. Jeff Gordon, unrelenting, has continued to draw away, but now Wallace has closed in a little. Mark Martin moves to the inside of the 18 of Bobby Labonte. All for naught as far as the victory is concerned. Down they come out of turn number 4. And for the 3rd time in his career, it is Jeff Gordon winning the 600 at Charlotte, North Carolina. The Coca-Cola 600 will have Gordon's name on the trophy. Jeff Gordon has done it, and it is a surprise. It was not that big a deal all night long, but when it counted, it was the biggest deal here.
It was the whole deal, making that pit stop, taking on 4 tires. He had to have it. He had dropped all the way back to 5th before that pit stop.
And driver after driver driving by, waving at him, congratulating Jeff Gordon on his victory.
Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
And we're here with Ray Evernham. What a 10 days of speed here at Charlotte. Running out of gas in Winston. You wrecked yesterday, and then you finish it up back-to-back 600 titles.
Yeah, it was. It's really great. This is an awesome, awesome team, and Jeff is an awesome driver. We need to thank God first for giving us the opportunity to do this, and I want to thank DuPont, Pepsi, Quaker State, all the people that help us out and stand behind us when we have problems like we did the other night. And the fans, hey, this one's for you for the mistake I made the other night.
What about that great move getting past Rusty Wallace?
He's the man. There's no doubt about it. You know, he's no slam to anybody else, but that kid's about the greatest driver I've ever seen. And Rick, we got to make a new deal for something else on this. Hope you and Linda got to watch it.
When that last caution came out and you got the 4 fresh tires, did you feel that that was what you needed to compete here at the end?
Well, we weren't going to win it where we were, and like I told him, look, you know, let's not look. We're going to be 5th. Let's try and win this thing. Let's try and win this thing. Okay.
All right. Ray Evernham back upstairs, and it's a happy team down here.
And win it they did, and in what style? Flat out racing here at Charlotte over a spectacular last 20 miles. Waiting on Jeff Gordon to enter victory lane, and we'll have the winner's interview right after this. Out of the car and in victory lane. Let's get down there right now and meet the champion.
Well, Jeff, we've seen some impressive victories by Jeff Gordon and the Rainbow Warriors, but that was one of the tops.
That was a Rainbow Warrior win right there, man. That was awesome. Tell you what, all it took was 4 tires. As other guys came in and took 2. I mean, they couldn't take the gamble, you know, to take 2, and we didn't have anything to lose, so we took 4. Great call. I felt like if we had 4 tires to there too, we might be able to beat them then. But I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes. The Chevrolet was awesome today. Goodyear tires did a heck of a job. But this one's for Pepsi, man. This means a lot to them to come to victory lane, and we've been able to do it 2 years in a row. And the good Lord was looking out for us, and I'm so thankful.
Now, Jeff, I'll ask you first, and Brooke, then I'll ask you. Tell the truth. Did you think you're going to win the race there in the last restart?
Are you kidding me? No way, man. No way. I had no idea we were going to win this race. I was just hoping we could get a couple guys and get us a top 5 and you know, be in that no bull challenge in Indianapolis. And all of a sudden, man, I picked off 2 right away. Well, Johnny Benson slid his tires on the restart. I got by him, and then I got by the next 2. And I said, man, I might have a chance here. It reminded me of the Winston. I tell you what, these guys redeemed themselves today. Ray did. I know he's happy about this. They did a heck of a job. Hey, Rick, I know he's excited watching at home, man. This is a great victory for Hendrick Motorsports.
Jeff, we're going to show the viewers at home that last pass. Talk us through what you're thinking as you made the move.
That was pretty wild. You know, I tried to go to the outside of Rusty. He got loose. We both went high. I knew Bobby Labonte was coming. I was like, oh, man, he's going to get both of us. And as we, you know, I blocked him. He kind of bumped me going down the back straightaway. And he actually got to the outside of me, in which that helped me because I was tight, and it actually loosened my carb so I could turn and go underneath Rusty. And I just stood in the gas, said there's either going to be a wreck or we're going to win this thing.
All right, Brooke, tell the truth. Did you think he could do it?
Well, I never doubt him. I never doubt him, but I tell you, he pulled it out there at the end. He even surprised me and the whole team. I'm so proud of him.
All right, congratulations to you both. Let's go to Randy.
Well, Rusty Wallace graciously giving some interviews. Boy, that's a tough night. You had an excellent run. You came up just short of winning another $1 million.
Yeah, it was a tough night, and I'm real happy with all the guys in the motor department and everybody because we were sitting right there and had it. And right there at the end, it was a tough choice. Do you do 4 tires? Do you do 2 tires? We elected to do 2 tires and came down, looked in the rearview mirror, and everybody behind me did 2 tires. We said, man, it's the right decision. The only guy that didn't do it was Gordon. And I guess we underestimated how good those 4 tires would run because I really thought we had it. I really did. And but, hey, we did good, finished second. We gained a bunch of points, and I'm happy. Wish I could have got the $1 million, and at least I got another chance for it.
Okay, that's the truth. You got another shot at it coming up. Back upstairs.
Unofficially from 4th up to 3rd spot in the points, and Gordon takes the point lead by some 32 over Jeremy. Well, we'll be back with more of the story and meet some more of the superstars in this great 600 at Charlotte, North Carolina.
Pretty good night.
It's a real good run for us. Some of these guys really picked up the pace when it got nighttime. My car worked great during the day. Deeper into the night we got, the car got a little tight, but not that much. You know, I don't know. It just was hooked up better on the slick racetrack, and some of these guys just came alive. And it's a great run for us, and maybe we'll be a contender next week.
You've won a number of these races, including the beginning race of Speed Week here at Charlotte, the Winston, in a pretty good couple of weeks.
It's been awesome. I can't thank the Valvoline team enough and everything that they've done to put me in great race cars. And we had a shot at this thing tonight. It just kind of slipped through our fingers later on in the night. We didn't manage to get the car freed up as much as we needed to, I guess.
All right, Mark Martin, now to Alan Bestwick.
Well, the Noble 5 will roll over once again to the Indianapolis race later this year, and some of the drivers who are eligible to try and win the bonus tonight will get another crack at it. I'm with one of them now, Bobby Labonte. Gave it a good run, Bobby. What happened there at the end? Your car looked like it came on